I have had series of invites on programs like this. Another time I've been able to do my research for this program. I have had series of invites on programs like this. Another time I've been able to do my research for this program. I have had series of invites on programs like this. Another time I've been able to do my research for this program. I have had series of invites on programs like this. Another time I've been able to do my research. They have no form of relationship within the indigenous spiritual community. Whether in the Yoruba land, or whether in the Igbo land, or whether in the Eastern, you will never see an Amadio priest involved in human ritual. You will never see an Ifa priest. You will never see. And I went to Hausa land and I discovered that all Hausas are indigenous traditionalists. They practice indigenous traditional spirituality. A spirituality that is embedded in the culture, in their indigenous culture. And it's as the same thing that we find across board. It is the Fulanis that infiltrated the Hausas who brought Islam into their fold. And I discovered too that the Eshu that we worship in Yoruba land is the same Eshu that they worship in Hausa land.
Yeah.
And this culture into their fold. And I discovered too that the Eshu that we worship in Yoruba land is the same Eshu that they worship in Hausa land.
Yeah.
And this culture into their fold. And I discovered too that the Eshu that we worship in Yoruba land is the same Eshu that they worship in Hausa land.
Yeah.
And this culture into their fold. And I discovered too that the Eshu that we worship in Yoruba land is the same Eshu that they worship in Hausa land.
Yeah.
And this culture is one of the lines in my podcast. And this culture 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 is one of the lines in my podcast. You are a priest or you are a traditional. This is one of the lines in my podcast. You are a priest or you are a traditional. This is one of the lines in my podcast. you are a priest or you are a traditional. This is one of the lines in my podcast. You are a priest or you are a traditional.
Thank you. So, I mean, ladies and gentlemen, thanks for joining. Thanks for being part of it. I'm glad to let you know that I'm back on TikTok. Wow, it's good to know people. It's good to know people. So I got suspended for a week, and that was due to the topic. So they actually believe I was focusing on a particular tribe regarding the topic. So I reached out to my people in TikTok, and they restored it. They restored the life back. So I had to let them know that we're here to separate the myth from the fact and educate people about it, and they approved it. I'm back live on TikTok, so you can look at me live on TikTok. Thank you so much. Straight back to the point. So Araba, thank you for that. That was beautiful. And to back up your point regarding this Aworo thing, you mentioned a way of afa. That was beautiful. That was beautiful. And I'm a typical Yoruba person. I'm a typical Yoruba man. Omo Ibadan Ibadan loye nbi olugbeja re one won na se gbe be. Ibadan ìlú Òjó, ìlú Ìbíkúnlé, ìlú Àjàyí, ìlú Ìbíkúnlé, ìlú Ògúnmọ́lá olódò kan kẹrẹ lójú ogun ọwọ́ kẹ̀mbẹ̀rẹ̀ bí ìjà. Àgbàlá Ìbíkúnlé ó tó kòkó sáré. Àgbàlá Ìbíkúnlé ó jókòó bá bẹ́ẹ̀ lómi lọ. Thank you. I listen to a lot of Yoruba music, and Barrister Ayinde Agbajelola is one of my favorites. And he said it. Let's listen to this together. He said, gẹ́gẹ́ bí ọmọ Yorùbá, mo mọ̀ pé ewé ń bẹ, ògùn ń bẹ. Mo gbà pé ewé ń jẹ́, ògùn ń jẹ́. Fáwọn tó mọ nílò ẹ̀. For the people that knows how to use them, God blessed them. God blessed us with herbs, leaves, and roots. It is the combination, the accurate combination, the right amount to the least ounce is very, very crucial. They can do wonders. If you know the quantity, the right measurement, and everything, putting them together, they can do wonders. We have different types of ewe. We have different types of egbo. We have different types of roots, and their work, what they can actually do. And it equates to so many things. And the nature, they work together. I've shared this a couple of times with my friends on Twitter, on Twitter Spaces. Livestock, fish, especially catfish. Catfish. They use catfish to do protection for some people. They use catfish. They will hold it by the head. And that's where the adage came out from. When you hold the head of the fish and you stretch it out to anyone and tell them to grab it from you, anytime they keep pulling it, it will be slippery. Ama your boroni, ama your boroni, ama your boro, and they will keep telling you. You can stretch it out to as many people as possible. They will tell you, "Owo aye oni ka o." Ayé ò ní rí ẹ mú, because you cannot hold on to the fish. It's slippery. The only part you can hold on to is where the bone is, which is the head. It is bony, so you can grab it. So, but whoever you stretch out that fish to, they will keep drawing it or trying to pull it from you, but it will never work. It's slippery. They use that because it's natural. They use that, combine it with some herbs, and they use it to do whatever they tell you to consume it. Tell you to consume it, put the bone together, mash it up, use it for whatever it is you want to use it for. But I have never heard of people actually killing people, cutting off their heads or body parts to actually do money rituals. Thank you, Araba. God bless you for that. The next one is Awure. You've explained the Awure, but your explanation actually carried a lot of these things. But the one I could not separate the definition, the one I couldn't actually differentiate is the Aworo and Afaro. What is the difference? Because Aworo sounds to me like pulling crowd, and Afaro is almost as if you want to pull a particular person. So what is the difference, please? Go ahead.
Awolu is mostly used in businesses where in market halls, a big mall, a place where you need to attract people genuinely who are close to your clients, who might not genuinely who are close to your clients, who might not genuinely who are close to your clients, who might not genuinely who are close to your clients, who might not is to ensure that they consistently come to your place to buy things. And when they want to buy things, they think of borrow is to ensure that they consistently come to your place to buy things. And when they want to buy things, they think of borrow is to ensure that they consistently come to your place to buy things. And when they want to buy things, they think of they come to your place to buy things. And when they want to buy things, they think of your or public knowledge. For instance, you come into the community and you open up a business that is not basic need, and you want the business to grow, and you necessarily there is a niche that can actually do business with you, but then they don't really need it by virtue of the fact that they don't see themselves eating your products. You are now using Afaro to forcefully drag them to you. And most of our churches use Afaro. So you just look and say,
Araba, are you there? I think he's getting a call. He's getting a call. Guys, can you hear me?
the way. Yeah,
Okay, okay, all right, okay, yeah. I think it's getting a call.
Alpha.
Sorry, you got a call, right? Araba, you got a call. We didn't get the last part. I think a call distracted your last sentence.
Yeah, Jimmy.
Yeah,
Jimmy.
yeah,
I
shout
think
it.
he need to go back. I think he need to go back to where he mentioned Alfaro. We use Alfaro for our church.
Yeah, I was exactly my point. I don't want to miss that part. Yeah,
Yeah,
I
we
don't
don't want to
I
we
don't
don't
want to
want
miss that
that.
part.
So
Yeah.
thank you.
Araba, thanks for that, Shadi. Araba, are you there?
Yeah, I'm with you.
Yeah. So where we missed you was where you said some of our churches use Afaro, which I can't argue that. I mean, yeah, it is what it is. But yeah, have you actually done it for someone, or you've heard about it happening to someone? Because to be honest, you're not on that boat alone. I believe that as well. I mean, we've seen a lot of stories
Well,
about.
it is within the confines. It is within the legal confines of my job.
Okay.
To do Alfaro for anybody. So yes, I've done Alfaro for a couple of churches. I don't. It is my job. It is my duty to do that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not actually interested in the names of the church, but the fact
Yeah,
is,
guys. In fact, it is a clientele privilege that I cannot even reveal.
of course, I understand. It's based on confidentiality and private laws regarding that. But the point is this, and that's the reason why sometimes you wonder why people based on regardless how much they've been bamboozled, they are still addicted. They are still obliged. They are still dedicated to going to, no matter how stupid the man of God sounds to them, no matter how obvious he sounds ridiculous to them, they still go there. No matter it is so bad that some people borrow money to get transport to just go there. Right? So now I understand. It's something I know that happens, and we've seen a couple of situations whereby they burned down a particular church to unearth a scene where a whole cow was buried on the foundation where they want to build a church. We have issues like this going on, but fact, they do happen. But I'm more focused on the ones that involves human being, and strictly based on this topic, I've never heard any, and I've never seen, based on my research I've been doing a couple of days now, I've not seen a particular instance whereby human beings are used for these things. But clearly we can see this, pictures, we can see all these videos of people carrying human head and doing all this madness on the TL. These things did happen and still happening, but I don't think it is specific to a particular tribe. But based on research, based on statistics out there, I did a breakdown of how broad this is. Statistically, it does happen in Nigeria. Statistically, the list of the states, top 10 states that are involved in this, are as follows. Accordingly, right? Ogun State is number one, based on how many incidents that had happened, that has been documented, that is on the social media, that's on the internet. Ogun State, regardless the time frame, Ogun State is number one. Number two, Lagos State. Number three, Oyo State. Number four, Rivers, right? That's South. Number five, Oshun. So let me start again. Number one, Ogun State, Southwest. Number two, Lagos, Southwest. Number three, Oyo, Southwest. Number four, Rivers State, South. Number five, Osun State, Southwest. Number six, Ekiti, Southwest. Number seven, Kwara. Kwara, I don't know, maybe partially Southwest, not, but you understand the point. Number eight, Ondo. Number nine.
What were you seeing? Were you hearing voices? What did you do? How did that happen? I'd be curious to hear that if you can explain that briefly. Then question two, and more importantly, like the last explanations you just offered to Jimmy's question, is there anything as a collective, your people like you, is there anything you guys are doing to rebrand? Because, like you rightly said, Nollywood and all these things, they've really influenced our thinking of African spirituality, traditional beliefs, and all of that. I know you are on social media, you're doing a whole lot, but as a body that you represent, is there anything that you guys are doing to kind of reorient our people to have a different understanding of some of this when it comes to traditional and African spirituality? On that point, we know that all the religions in the world evolve. Even Christianity, that many find attractive today, there was a time it wasn't so attractive, but they rebranded. Islam, not so much. They are still struggling with that image branding thing. So many religions in the world like that, they've gone through that rebranding phase where they become more attractive to the next generation. So to that point, is there anything that you people like you are doing to bring this kind of messaging that you are bringing on this podcast to the to the younger generation? Thank you very much, Oluwo. I yield.
All right. Thank you, Tudo. Araba, did you get that? Hey boy. We're losing you again, Araba. I knew that, bro.
What he said.
Yeah, so he asked you two questions. He asked about how was the transition, how was it for you, considering the fact that you came from a Christian background, your parents are Christians and all that, and you've chosen this path. How did you manage to go through that? How did it work out for you? Because we know what religion is in Nigeria and how it can, actually just change people's manners of reasoning and logical thinking. How did you manage to juggle both at the same time? Are you still practicing Christianity on the ground and still doing your traditional thing, or you're just outrightly a traditional man now?
Sorry, Jimmy.
Yeah, go ahead.
If in that interview I referenced, he was talking about specific visions and dreams.
Oh, sorry, Araba. Okay, let me give him the chance to ask you again so you can understand the questions from his perspective. Tudo, please go ahead.
I don't think you can hear me, Jimmy. So that was I just wanted to.
Oh, okay. Araba, can you hear Tudo?
I don't think you can hear me.
Araba.
Can you hear me? Hello.
I can't hear him, but I can hear you.
Okay, so I don't know who's gonna drop.
I'm about to answer the question.
Oh, but did you get the question?
Okay,
That's just the first
just
question.
Let him go ahead.
Yes, I got the question.
All right, go ahead.
We need to first of all understand that we are all traditionalists. We are all irrespective of the religious tenet that we practice. Now, each and every one of us, we use drugs, we use herbs in our own little way. We cook foods with leaves and herbs. They are things that are found within our indigenous community. Some of us we still eat right. Some of us we still eat, and these are things that resonate with our tradition, our peculiarity as the people. That's number one. Secondly is the fact that with my family, we need to understand that the quality of people that we give back to, the quality of family that we breed, is dependent about the first off defined by the quality of our community. My mother is going to be ordained as a pastor tomorrow.
Wow.
And I am sending money for her to be ordained as a pastor, even though I'm not going to be there. One of my bosses is also getting a chieftaincy title tomorrow. Now, my point now is this. At first, by virtue of the fact that they were my parents, and they thought that they wanted the best for me, it was hard for me transitioning. However, I think that community overrides the challenge that I'm facing with them, because within the community that we are in a secular community where we have families who the husband may be Christian, the wife may be Muslim, and the children will be traditionalists. And over time, that has been like a norm. So my parents, for me, it was less at some point it was disowned while I was studying. But not in line. They came to that I had to sit them down, let them understand and see whether we like it or not. God is not stupid to have created me a Yoruba man. And if you look at the algorithm of nature, the algorithm of nature is so perfect that he created me as your son. There are other people that I would have been the son of a practicing Babalawo. For what it would have been I would have been the son of a practicing Babalawo. For what it would have been I would have been the son of a practicing Babalawo. For what it would have been I would have been the son of a practicing Babalawo. For what it's system that teaches me the indigenous way at which I can communicate with my own God. It's not as if to say that every other means of communicating with God is not valid. But then, as a Yoruba man, I think the most valid means of communicating with God is through the Yoruba means. You have to understand that. However, my mother told me that she has been practicing Christianity for as long as she can remember. And she does not think that she can survive going through another transformation. So, well, so be it. You call on God and God answers you. And the fact that God has allowed the people who are primary custodians of the esoteric knowledge of the Christians to exist is because God even knows that they can communicate with him in the Christian way. So every means of communicating with God is valid. However, as a traditionalist, as a proper man, I think that the best way to communicate with God is to communicate with God the way that God has designed for me by himself. If God had wanted me to communicate with him in the Hebrew version, he would have created me an Hebrew man. If God had wanted me to communicate with him in Greek, he would have created me a Greek as a citizen of Greece. But for God, God is not stupid to create a Yoruba man, and neither is God stupid to create any other person. God knows that the best way to communicate with me that is valid with the essence of your destiny. It's embedded in places I have created. The algorithm of nature is perfect. I think that the algorithm of nature was not in its 40 mode when I was being created. So for me, the transitioning has not been easy. But then, I need to find my root. I need to understand myself. And I need to understand myself through the lens of my environment.
Aboye Boshishe, thank you. Beautifully answered. That's the number one question. The number two question, Tudo will go ahead to ask the number two question. But I'm also noting down some questions that are coming through my DM. The one I want to ask is due to a post that Harry posted recently, and I want to ask you a particular question about that. There was an article he tweeted about it, and it's from a magazine back in 1967 or thereabout. And it clearly stated human sacrifice in ancient Lagos. And it says, there is a belief in human sacrifices in the southwestern part of the country. So I want to read the article exactly the way it's written in the magazines. Say, belief in human sacrifice was so strong in many parts of ancient Nigeria that human life had little or no value. Through oracles, the gods and the goddesses dictated whether they wanted a slave or a freeborn to be slaughtered like an animal, continuing its series on the evil practice of human sacrifice in Nigeria. Drum delves into the cruel practices of ancient Lagos. So this particular article is talking about the practices in Lagos. It's an old magazine, and I try to check out that particular episode. And I've been doing a lot of digging. I think I stumbled upon the PDF, but I wasn't sure if it's this particular one. So my question is, do you agree that at a point in time in the Yoruba land, there was a time whereby the gods and the goddesses were actually requesting for human sacrifices of slaves or freeborn for their own satisfaction? I mean, the gods, right? Maybe over time we evolved and the practice was stopped. Was there anything like that in the Yoruba culture? Araba, are you there? Oh, we're losing you now. The network, yeah, I saw that coming. The network is really giving him a tough time. We'll be patient for him to come up. I really want to trash this topic. Well done today. So whatever questions people have, we have a wonderful Iva priest in our midst today. Mr. Salako, welcome. Again, thanks for the connection. He hooked me up with these people. I've not been able to reach out to Mr. Rockbo. He's an historian and he knows more about the history of Yoruba culture regarding sacrifices and other activities that has to do with tribe and cultures. So I hope he joins us. I don't know why he hasn't been part of this, but regardless, we'll move on with the conversation. The purpose of this is to clear the myth from the facts and let people know the reality on ground. Okay, let people understand the reality on ground. And I still have a lot of questions. I want to know what led to the stereotypical affiliation of the Igbo people to cannibalism. How did that come out? Was it due to the fact that the Biafra War happened and the Nigerian government starved and blocked every means of getting food to that zone? So therefore, the people were into killing animals. There was this article I read about them eating lizards and all that. I think it's a little bit of exaggeration that they ended up eating human beings. I don't think that actually happened. I think it was a presumption of, what if all the animals finish, they will start eating themselves. It was exaggerated, and it was such an hyperbolic situation whereby they just made it look like, and people believed it. People weighed into that narrative, including people around me. I grew up with that mentality of Igbo people are cannibals. They will eat human flesh. They will do this, they will do that. And a lot of us grew up with that. And it is now shocking that what we're seeing on social media platform, Twitter, it's the opposite of what is actually what actually they claim happened. And I love the response you came up with that. I love the reply you came up with that. And for people that are just joining, it said the Yoruba culture clearly frowns at killing of people and beheading of people. And the reason why people have been seeing endless videos, pictures of these things happening in the southwestern part of the country simply because they're calling it out for what it is. They're calling it out. We cannot tolerate such people. We don't harbor such people. We don't pamper such people. We don't pamper such attitude. We don't pamper such activities. And that's the reason why you keep seeing people coming out and condemning this act by putting it out there to let the people know, look, we are Yoruba people and we don't stand with this. And they bring them out, they shame them, they let them carry whatever it is they've gotten, and they let the people know that this is outrageous and we don't stand by it. Can other tribe also start doing that? Can other tribes start calling it out for what it is? Maybe the Yorubas are outspoken. Maybe they are aggressively talking about this to demand something to be done. I'm still shocked that the political elders, they've not been able to do anything. Religious, traditional elders, they're not even, they're carefree about what is going on. But daily we see news, we see pictures of these things happening over and over again. Clearly, there is no amount of human beings that you kill that will bring you money. We have an Ifa priest here talking about it. We have an Ifa priest here educating us about this fact. Myth, fact. Reality, illusion. Myth, fact. Thank you, Araba. You dropped again. I'll be as patient as possible with your network today. You don't have to be here, but you dedicated your time, effort to preserve the Yoruba culture and the tradition. That's the reason why we're here having this conversation. I'm not paying you. And for you to create time to come and do this, I so much appreciate it. And I appreciate Mr. Efe Salako for making this come to pass as well. Mr. Efe, welcome. Can you say something to the people? And if you have any question for Araba, let him go ahead and do that. Then we'll take to those second question.
All right, good evening, everyone. Well done, Jimmy. Thank you. It's actually my pleasure to get Araba to be here. And I mean, somehow I've not been able to speak with him in person. We've only been exchanging messages and voice notes. So let me first of all thank you. Thank you so much, Araba, for making this possible. I'm really grateful. I've been listening all along, and I'm really grateful to him for being able to speak to these issues. It's also quite an eye-opener that his mother is a dedicated Christian.
Yeah.
Who is going to be ordained
tomorrow.
And then he's sending money to
the
woman.
I'm shocked.
to have his ordination. So you see why I laugh at a whole lot of people who have no deep understanding of the multicultural state of the African setting. And whether you like it or not, Bob Marley said, if you are black, you're African, it doesn't matter where you are. And the traits we share as African is deep. At some point, he was talking about, the coronation of a king in the Niger Delta. And apparently, he was pointing to the fact that there are traits, that they could see in that traditional process that is also connected to what we're doing here.
Yep.
In the Southwest. So it says a lot about, we're too connected, we're too interrelated, we're too into each other as African than we think we're separated or divided. And I keep saying it, only the political class benefits from us being divided. Only the political class. Every other person is a victim of division in Africa. One of the news that really gladdens me recently is the fact that Ghana is beginning to open their borders to Africans to be able to come in without necessarily processing all this so-called rubbish visa. Mm-hmm. Africa should. It's in Africa. It doesn't make sense. And it is in that self-consciousness of who we are and how communal our communities are that we begin to understand that we don't need all of this, hatred towards this tribe or that tribe. But coming to the issue of skull mining and oil, you see, in Yoruba, there is a saying that the king will behead anyone, not because he wants to drink the blood of that person, but simply to prove that he is the king.
The king.
And nothing more. So when we start seeing people that are being deceived, people that are, that are looking for ways, whether to make wealth or to think that, they have to get human skulls, get things done, or get, to get wealthy. It's just laughable. It's lack of knowledge. It's lack of understanding. It's lack of deep understanding of the culture and tradition of Yoruba itself. There is a play that was written by Wole Soyinka, Death and the King's Husband. It's a very popular text. I've performed this before. I performed the role of a character called Olunde in that Death and the King's Husband. Now, Olunde is the son, in the story, is the son of the supposed Abobaku, right? Olunde had traveled to the UK to study medicine. I think he was already practicing medicine there. And then when the king died, he got the notification, and it was said, according to that story, that his father was going to die because the king is dead. Now he came back, and then he realized that the father had been arrested by the British government, all in the name of protecting the father from dying. And there is a part in the conversation he had with the wife, of the British head, and at some point the woman was asking him Olunde now that, how will your father die? And he said he is not going to be killed. He is not going to be beheaded. He is just going to die. So, how true this historical representation of what is happening in the African setting, in the Yoruba, setting, the cosmetology of the Yoruba is, how, accurate this is, nobody can really tell. But what is a fact is that nobody said anybody's head is going to be cut or is going to be, beheaded, or part of his body is going to be disembarked because, in fact, he's not even going to be buried with the king, according to what the popular, narrative. Oh, the king dies and then your Babaku will be buried with the king. Nah. In fact, there are the name of Babaku, Olu was explained earlier. But I've seen situations where somebody is dead and they're going to bury the person, and some people are crying. In fact, some wailers who would wail more than the bereaved will be crying, and and in that setting, people will be saying, Abubaku Beleo, do you want to go into the grave with the person?
Yeah, that's true.
There are some of these things that happens every day. It does not, necessarily means that these things are happening just the way it is being said. I grew up, when I tell people that it is hard for me to hate any tribe, maybe they are just, maybe a lot of people are just quite unfortunate about life and perspective to it. But I grew up in the midst of northerners in this Lagos. I'm a Christian, born a Christian. I know Alif, Ba, Ta, Sa, E, Alif, Atia, Alif,
Ali Domo Hu,
I know this thing. How?
Ba Fatia Ba, Ba Kesrobi, Ba Domo Bu,
Exactly.
Ba Bibu.
When the Afars come around to teach the children of the Northerners beside my house, I sit with them. My mother will never come there and say, leave that place. You're not supposed. No, I will sit there and we will do. Just all of us will be taking the right together. I did not know that there is really, really a major difference between Christianity and Islam until I was about 18. And the riot in Kano happened. And some people that were Christians ran to Lagos, and then one of them came to the house we were living there. He got a room there, and I remember the night he was just sharing the stories in an all. And as a young person, at the age of 18, I was wondering that why I couldn't comprehend it. So my next building is filled with Muslims, Hausas. They've been nice when there is time for Ilea. I know how to disembowel goats. Everything about goat, I know how to process it from beginning to the end.
No wonder you have a mala joint.
I learned this thing from there, from Ilea Festival. Because we will all do this thing together. When it's Ilea, they will bring food for us. When it is Christmas, we will take food to them. That is how I have seen people. So I see people, I know people, I see, and that's the way of life for me.
Yeah.
And when we come here, we now say, oh, this thing is happening here, it is in people. See, I have come to the conclusion. Me, I like what all of them, what they are doing. And I mean people that are bringing out this coal mining in the Yoruba setting.
Yeah.
The ones that are bringing out the cannibalism in the Eastern setting. The ones that will talk about the, what is it called now? The killings in the North.
Yeah.
Let us all talk about the bad things.
Yeah.
I like it.
Yeah, it is
So
a beautiful
let's put
thing.
it in our faces that
Yeah.
this thing is wrong.
Yeah, so it will. I mean, the world would understand that we're not harboring such. We don't love such. We don't like the fact that such is happening. We condemn it, and we're putting it out there that we don't want it. They should stop it, and whoever engage or find themselves in such an act, they will be disgraced. They will be called out, and the whole world will see them for who they truly are. They are criminals. They are criminals, and they're not representing any tribe.
So all this bigotry and hatred that is leading to these, expositions, me, I like it though.
Yeah.
Let it continue.
Yeah.
Let's expose all these evil things that we are doing, because the more we cover them, the more they keep,
The more harm we're doing to ourselves.
the more harm we're doing ourselves. You will see some of them carrying both the cannibals and the coal miners. See them carry the skulls, the bodies of children. Of children.
Yeah, children. Yeah. Hands, legs,
Hands of children.
head. Yeah.
Heads of children.
Yeah.
So if these things are what are being hidden, and we're all just acting as though things are normal, no, things are not normal. Let's talk about them.
Right.
Let's address them. Because you see, a whole lot of times, again, Yoruba will say, Oju to shake me.
I'm having hold you. Yeah.
I was, and when the eye brings out, what is that thing called?
Is it Moko?
Munko.
Yeah.
Something like that. When the eyes has Munko on the side of it, you know the irony. standing right there. It takes a whole lot of time. It takes someone else to now point to that person. Oh, there is mucor beside your eye. There is something beside your eyes. Remove it, and that is why it is good that we're talking about this. Let's because some of the people who are doing this thing, some of them have been brainwashed to think that this thing is actually genuine.
Yeah, they actually believe it's a natural thing within the culture, within the tribe. They believe it's embedded in our culture, in our tribe, and it's the normal way of life. But I mean, that's the reason why we have Araba here with us, and he has actually explained so much that I'm glad it's recorded. I'll upload the full conversation on my YouTube channel so people can have access to it. But I mean, I love the angle at which you're coming in. But I want Araba to take a couple of questions before we can let him go. I don't want to abuse the fact that we have this opportunity to ask him questions and engage him.
I don't know if he's here.
He is. Araba is here. He's patiently waiting. He's here. I want us to make use of the valuable time he has given us, so other people can ask him questions. Then we can just have this chit chat among ourselves.
Can I just have a minute to hear?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, please.
I'm with you, sir.
Baba Ekaleo.
Baba, you booking, you know.
Ẹ ṣeun gan, ẹ ṣe tẹ àpè tẹ dá wa lóhùn, a dúpẹ́. Mo ti rí pé nígbà tí yóò jẹ́ ráyè sọ̀rọ̀, wọ́n mọ̀ pé àwọn mẹ́sẹ̀jì tá a ṣe at least ó jẹ́ nǹkan tó jẹ́ ká lè ráyè mo yín wá síbí lálẹ́ yìí.
Mr. Salako. No, I want to add to what you're saying. I'm not stopping. I want to add to what you're saying. Please, to everyone listening to the sound of my voice, please, he's not begging for any funds. He's not asking for money. I just feel within my mind, I just want I want to touch and impact him in one way or the other. If you're impressed with what he has done today, if you feel like gifting him something, you can reach out to his DM and just send him something, or you can contact me. I'm not paying him for what he's doing. I am not. I want to encourage him based on what he's doing. I want to encourage him. It's called Moria. It's called Moria. You know, MIT sọ̀rọ̀, ẹni sùúrù, MIT sọ̀rọ̀, MIT gba mic lọ́wọ́ mi. Ẹ dákun. To me, I want it to be an encouragement. Again, I never spoke to him in the background. I never mentioned anything about this. I just thought of a way of appreciating him with what he's doing. I never heard about him, not until Mr. Salako, introduced me to him. And the angle at which he came about this topic and the way he broke it down, this Abobaku thing, I was seeing it from a different perspective. Honestly speaking, I've been enlightened and educated about that aspect. And the whole, what's it called? What's the other one? The reason why the Abobaku and the reason why the people are condemning this, people are talking about this simply because we disagree with that kind of activities. We don't condone such activities. And that's the reason why people are speaking out loud against it. Guys, personally, I know what I'm going to, I'll reach out to him in the background. But he doesn't do his podcast for money. He's not reaching out to people to get help or support. He's doing it because he believes it's the right thing to do. He's reaching out, promoting and preserving the Yoruba culture. I love that. We need more people that are doing it. And he has infused technology to what he's doing. Who would ever believe we'll have Ifa priest on TikTok, on Twitter, or any social media platform? When Mr. Salako told me, the first thing I said was, can I call him? Is it a phone call thing that we just put in speaker? But shockingly, he has a Twitter account. So, guys, please, again, no strings attached. I just want to appreciate. It's a way of appreciating his presence here. And I would love if that can be honored. Thank you. Mr. Salako, go ahead with your, appreciation.
Right. I mean, I was just appreciating. So, Baba, I should go. tó ṣì ń di àṣà àti ìṣe Yorùbá mú mọ́lẹ̀ bàbá bá tẹ̀ ti sọnù sí ẹ̀sìn Kìrìsìtẹ́nì ìyẹn ò ní pé eré mi báyìí sí ọ̀tọ̀ kẹ́rù àti ràfúlọ̀ fúra sí àwọn kàbíyèlì Yorùbá àdẹ̀mọ́rin Yorùbá dáadáa. So there is a lot to say about that, but please let me not take your time. I just want to appreciate you. Thank you so much. I'll definitely reach out to you, outside of this space. Thank you so much, Araba. God bless.
Thank you, Mr. Salako. Thank you so much. I don't know how much time you've got to spare us, but I would appreciate if you can answer the questions the speaker here has. Tudo already asked 2 questions. I would like him to repeat the second one so you can answer that one. Then we go to the next speaker. We take it from there. But before you go, I personally have 2 questions I want to ask you based on the post that Harry posted, and I need your clarifications on those. But for now, I think I've engaged you enough. I'll make my 2 questions afterwards. We've attended to the people up here in the speaker section, and I'd like to round it up real quick so we can now proceed after you take your leave. But I want to make use of the quality remaining time you've got to spare us. Tudo, if you'd kindly please repeat the second question you have for him so he can proceed. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Jimmy. All right. So the second question I was asking was about the branding or the messaging that he had been talking about on the space. So I referenced the religions that we're familiar with in our part of the world, at least the 2 of them, Christianity and Islam. And particularly Christianity, I was saying that it wasn't always attractive, it was full of bloodshed and all these other things. But they rebranded to the point now that it's now very attractive. And I mentioned that Islam, not so much. He's still struggling with that branding, of their rebranding, rather, of the image of the religion. Every now and then there's always an issue with the religion globally. So my question is, in spite of what you as an individual, what you're doing, as a collective, as the body that you represent, the way you've broken down these things to us on this space today, the education, the body that you represent, the way you've broken down these things to us on this space today, the education, the body that you represent, the way you've broken down these things to us on this space today, the education, the body that you represent, the way you've broken down these things to us on this space today, the education you're giving.
Araba, did you get that? Araba, are you there? Araba, can anybody hear me? Probably speaking to myself. Oh, okay. All right. So yeah, he's here. He's here. Yeah, he's here. Araba, did you get the question?
I didn't really get the question. The network just went off.
All right. So he said, what are you guys doing to rebrand the Ifa tradition and the way at which all these things are being done? Is there any approach of rebranding or evolving in a manner whereby you can reach out to more people? Just the way, anytime they want to quote something, they will tell you the Bible says, and in this aspect, Ifa says, has there been any situation whereby you've actually mentioned this to people regarding issues? Because to be honest, the person that asked that question doesn't really, believe in the so-called Christianity religion. He used to be a pastor for 2 decades, over 2 decades. He came to a realization that it's just, we must well just go back to our traditional way, which he believes works much better than the Christianity that was brought. Coming from someone that happens to be a pastor for over 2 decades, he somehow believes more in our traditional way because, again, it works differently. It's a natural. It comes with the force of nature that has to do with natural habitats and herbs. The leaves and the abundance of vegetations God has provided with us. It's just knowing the accurate amounts. It's more like science. Knowing the accurate amounts, regardless the little ounces or pounds needed to make it come to reality. So is there any way you guys are rebranding or trying to put yourself more out there? We're just knowing about you. Do we have more of you out there pushing for this? I know there is an app that they can actually use as IFA. I know there's an app that it was developed and you can actually do the IFA thing through an app. I was shocked when I came through that. So what do you say to that? Is there a way you guys already, the fact that you're on social media platform is an headway, right? Trying to position yourself in a position whereby people can reach out to you more, you can reach out to more demography of people. The opportunities are endless. You can reach wherever you are in the part of the world. You can reach out to as many people as possible. People can listen to you from China, Europe. They don't necessarily have to come to Nigeria before you can DAFA for them, before you can diagnose a problem, before you can ask IFA about whatever situation they're asking you, and you'll be able to respond. You just do your thing and you get back to them. You've already established that by actually being on social media. But besides that, is there any other way you're trying to get across to the people? Tudo, am I right with or is it something you want to add to it? Tudo, you there?
Jimmy, pretty much. In terms of the messaging, I just went in terms of events, organizing events, educating the public on a larger scale. Just bringing that information, that knowledge to our people. So it's kind of like an evangelistic approach, for the lack of a better word.
Yeah, I think that's the reason why he has a podcast. Have you gone through his podcast? He has a podcast on Instagram.
No, I haven't. I'm just going down, and I actually just noticed that he himself he organized the 4-day event. I just saw that now. So things like that, where our people begin. I don't see him on the
Yeah. I think it dropped.
Okay.
Network is going to be back.
So where our people, the de facto knowledge base that we have right now, it's the Abrahamic faith, Jimmy.
It is.
I spend a lot of time trying to debunk these things, right? So where we can shift our people from this, this understanding to say, okay, for instance, when I moved to the United States, right, Jimmy, that Niger attitude of always quoting the Bible say in the book of, when I got to America, Jimmy, I noticed that Americans don't talk like that. So I was weird. Like, I felt weird. When I was in college and I would say, according to the book of Leviticus and according to Matthew chapter, Americans don't talk like that. So I went through this reorientation where I had to stop talking like that by the grace of God. By the grace of God, we shall, it is well. And all those things we say in Nigeria, so to say that, and if you go to Asia, the same thing. You go to, other parts of the world. So the way we talk is because of the orientation we have. So I just wanted to know from him if there is, in an organized fashion, a plan of action, reorientation, where we can say, okay, for our people, there's something else here to consider. As opposed, and that's something else, by the way, has been bastardized, has been vilified, demonized by Christianity, by preachers, by Nollywood. And he is doing a fantastic job on this space today, bringing that understanding, debunking those things. So I was wondering if there is, on a larger scale, people like him, the organizations that he represents, to say, okay, organize more of these events, bring more of this information so that we can even begin to say, okay, you know what, maybe this thing we have at the moment is not the only knowledge base there is, maybe there is more. And then that more just happens to be something that was always there.
Yeah.
Some other people have told us it's rubbish, it's nonsense, it's the devil, it's Satan, it's black magic, whatever. Anyways, yeah, that's all I wanted to share.
Yeah. Thank you, Tudo. I hope you probably got that from the listener section. I can't see him again on the space. Hold on a minute. I think he's back.
He's still here, Jimmy.
Oh, he's back. All right, he's here. Okay, thank you. Araba, welcome back. Yeah, Araba. Did you
Can
get?
I say something, Jimmy?
So OJ, don't worry. I got you. You're gonna definitely ask a question. I just want to make sure we make use of his own time, because anytime from now he wants to leave and he has already spent a lot of time with us. I want to. Again, I'm not paying him, so I really cherish his time. But don't worry, everyone, the people in the speaker section are going to ask their question. I just want him to answer Tudo, then we can move to the next person.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Hello?
Yeah, Araba, we can. Can you hear me? Araba.
Hello?
Araba, I can hear you. Hi, I can hear you loud and clear. Can you hear me? Oh boy, we're having a connection problem. Araba, if you can hear me, I can hear you clearly. But if you cannot, you might want to drop and come back and I don't know, refresh the app. Clearly,
Can you hear me now?
I can. But can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Oh, you can hear me now. Better, beautiful. All right. So did you get the question to those questions? Let's move faster now.
I got the question.
Oh, go ahead, please.
So, our understanding of branding is, so to say, different from the reality. We think that advancement is hinged on the quality of technology we use and all whatnot, forgetting that we are already, our definition of technique we use.
Jimmy, you see me? I can't hear him anymore.
Yeah, we're losing
That's
him.
what makes us
Yeah, Araba, you keep going in and out. All right, Araba, can you hear me? Yeah, Araba, can you hear me? You keep going in and out. I'm not sure if it's the network or you keep getting a phone call. Please, can you start all over again, please, for the sake of people listening? Because I can tell you a lot of people are paying close attention to your responses right now.
What I'm saying is that technologically wise, we as a people, we cannot measure technological advance. It's true, we think that we are not technologically progressing or not technologically advanced. I value that the way through which we understand technology and advancement is different from our reality. First of all, we are only advanced in the basis of whatever we are doing. If you are a farmer and you are planting cash crop, and you want to advance your cash crop, that you have, not elastic from the level or from the less. Somebody who is planting somebody who is into animal farming. So what I'm saying in essence,
Yeah.
We don't bring people into it. We don't possibly.
Araba, you're fluctuating. Araba, you're going in and out. You're yeah, you're going in and out. Your response is actually very important right now.
Jimmy, Jimmy, what he just said there that I thought I caught, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
Let me just quickly touch on that.
Yeah.
I had that at the back of my mind even when I was asking the question. He mentioned Afaro, and my limited knowledge of Yoruba, meaning that they don't proselytize like Christianity, unlike Christianity and Islam, which means they don't go around trying to force people en masse. Do you know what I'm saying, Jimmy? So it's almost like he's saying you have to seek it out, right?
Yeah, that's what it sounds like to me.
Oh, yeah, that's what I thought I got. All right.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like. So they're not gonna force it on anybody. Yeah, Araba, you're back now.
Because we believe that it is your destiny. You are destined to toe this path. You will definitely toe it. So anywhere you have used that word will have a place. It's not becomes a business.
Okay, man, why now? Why now? We're about to wrap up, and we're having connection problem with your network. Okay, thank you. I believe the person that asked that question actually got the response he needed. Thanks for that. So I'm gonna go with the other speakers so we can actually let our guest take his leave. OJ, you've been patiently waiting. So after OJ, we go with Madam Bolanle, and we take Shade has been here. I'm not sure if you want to ask a question, but I got you anytime, any day. So you're flexible to ask whatever you want to ask. But yeah, OJ, welcome. How you doing, bro?
Yes, thank you, Jimmy. And I've been around and listened to most of what you shared, and I like the way you answered most of the questions you asked. He was patient enough to pass his message across, and I appreciate him for what he has done. I just wanted to point out these facts, or these things we've been observing for some time now in terms of kingship, where we see kings in Yoruba land going to churches to bow to their pastors. I don't know. For me, I think it's a thing of concern, because traditional stool is not Christianic or Islamic, and I'm surprised when Christians and Muslims begins to care about traditional stool. So, as a traditional man, I want to ask him what are his thoughts or opinion, in that regard.
So, all right. Thanks for that question. Even though it's not, in line with the topic, but I'll give him the mic to answer that question. It's not in line with the topic, but considering the fact that we have this opportunity of him as an Ifa priest, I believe he might have the response to that. But yeah, guys, I'll prefer if we focus more on the topic. I love that question, but that's for another. No, it's all right. It's okay. No. It's absolutely okay. But I love the question as well. But it boils down to a different topic entirely. But nonetheless, I'll give him the mic. Please go ahead, please.
So first off, we need to understand that if you look at the trajectory of our history, you realize that our has been based on populist it is anything ìlú bá fẹ́, anything ìlú fẹ́ lóye. You see some kings putting it as an addendum to their eulogies. Ìlú fẹ́ mi lóye one. Ìlú ṣe kí ni kan, anything ìlú fẹ́ is a populist point of view. The king is the community before the confine or the brigades, the barricades of religion came in between everybody. So first and foremost, you are citizens of his land and you are primarily his subjects. So it is his duty each and everybody without you are practicing based on the fundamental right that you have to practice anything that you have. It is still his right, it is still his duty to be king over you. He's the king over all powers and principalities in the land. So for that reason, where's the queen? For that reason, it is important that he maintains the love, the fatherly control over all of where it is now wrong. And I think also that is also the work of the community to do. The community has a prerogative to decide. And they are not, the funny part is that if the community says today that our traditional institutions the king can be removed.
Oh boy.
But unfortunately, the only mobile the king is through death. So if the community decides that they don't want this king again, there are mechanisms that are already in place. There are impeachment mechanisms in place. Obama lost that in no fair.
Okay.
Because the community no longer wants you. But these are the issues. How many people in the community are raising up this issue to say, no, we are not? You cannot expect somebody from another community. It's just like saying that somebody from another constituency to write a call letter to the honorable representing your own constituency. The panelists or the Senate or the House of Assembly will just overlook it because the people who are even calling for his recall, they are not from his constituency. So the unfortunate thing is that people within the kingdom of the but no matter how it is still the primary responsibility of his constituents. If they think that it is okay for them, for their king to lie down on the main road and drink alcohol as he likes or smoke weed as he likes, if they are okay with it, it is their king. That is their way of life. They enjoy it. As long as they know.
All right, we're having a very different network problem now. Araba, I'm not sure if you can hear me. You've gone out again.
I can hear you.
Oh, okay. Now you're back. I think.
If the community is willing to stand up against that, to say no to those anomalies, but don't forget that it only has to be members, genuine and indigenous members of those communities, for it to stand and for due processes to hold. So we are not even really happy with all of these things. It is basically because some of the people who are becoming kings are not well trained within the confines or the indigenous people. So imagine issues. And you cannot entirely blame a king for being the father over both Christians, Muslims, but going that far, going thus far to bow down to a pastor, to do this in itself, in its pride, is a taboo. And if you look kings, if you look closely into their kingdom, you will realize that there are also issues that they will use everything possible within their way. They are affecting them negatively. It is we are in a cause and effect world. If you do this, you will see that. If you don't do this, you will not see that. So if you go closely into their lives privately, if you go
Arab, are you there?
yes, I have made my submission.
All right, thank you. Sorry, I didn't get the last part. You keep breaking in and out, but I think I passed the message across. So, basically, in short words, OJ. So the thing is, it has now turned into a drama within different tribes, whereby it's almost as if whoever has the highest amount of money can get the crown. They don't go through the normal procedures at which the oracle actually picks the right king. And right now, they don't do things culturally and traditionally the way they used to, and that way people can actually do what they want because they believe they actually paid to get into power. And that's where you see kings smoking igbo, and they are proud about it. They even put it on social media. And that's when you see, in the first place, how did we get to a stage whereby the kings are now getting staff of office from the governor? I don't know how that happened, but that's a total topic for another day. But
where Christians and Muslims are fighting for who will become king.
Yeah.
You can imagine,
Yeah. It is. Yeah, I'm actually noting it down now. It's what talking about. That's an entirely different topic entirely, and I would love to bring people that are well knowledgeable about this particular topic to talk about it, because we don't understand how that have actually been useless to a point at which they can just easily rubbish kings. Even in the northern part of the country, we saw how they rubbish the Lamido, and they I don't know if it's a revolution, if it's the country evolving into a different phase. I truly don't understand. But that's a very concerning question, OJ, and it's a different topic entirely, and I will look into that. I will come up with a podcast regarding that. But I will need to be able to get hold of experts in those areas, so we can actually get a robust and well knowledgeable fact based on this. Thank you so much. That was a very good question. So I'm gonna ask one of the three questions I have left, and I'll go to Madam Bolanle. So one of the three questions is based on the post Ari put out, and the first one is a culture where the Oni of Ife was sighted pouring a shinap on a statue. Is it a statue head? Is it a real head? I have no idea. But are you aware about that tradition? Are you aware about the culture? And what is it about? Arab, are you there? Did you get it?
I'm here, I can hear you.
Thank you.
Well, first of all, if we are being sincere, what we saw with the king, with all.
Oh, come on.
If it is human head,
Araba, you're breaking. I don't want this part to. I want people to hear this clearly because it's a very important question. I'm actually interested in it. So you said to be sincere. Go ahead. You stopped from there.
In being sincere.
Oh God.
Even if we are to do human, let's assume that in a we France as this. I don't think the number one custodian of our culture will come out with an human call, with a human head outside here.
Okay.
No. Those are well crafted. That is to show the dexterity of our artistry. That upper that would
Araba, we're losing you.
can be quit.
Araba, did you change your position within the last 30 minutes?
Take my position, it is the network.
Oh
not
boy.
my fault.
Yeah, because like 30 minutes ago we could hear you coherently, but now it's just in and out, every couple of seconds, in and out.
To the network.
Okay, all right. So go ahead. I heard you where you said we have great people that are well skilled when it comes to sculpturing and carving out any form of image from a wood or whatever. But yeah, go ahead. You think that is the case with this, right?
I've seen the different sculptures that have been carved within by the artists and sculptors within our land. It is a testament to the artist.
Okay, so we lost you again.
Virtues of ancestors. First of all,
Artistic virtues of our ancestors.
yes.
Okay, I got that part.
Topic to be raised. We need to give a round of applause to our ancestors because the quality of the artist valid in present day time. And how advanced they are. Why? So first of all, what you saw in that video is not human head.
Okay, it's not a real human head. Let's put it that way.
It's not a real human head. What you saw in that video
Okay, but it's human head, but not a real human head.
is an artist.
Okay,
What English am I supposed to use now? It's an artistic emblem in remembrance of Obalufon, our spiritual artistic ambassador in the Yoruba race.
Does it have anything to do with prosperity? Okay, we lost you again. All right.
I have rendered my.
Oh, sorry. I didn't get that part.
Conclusively, it is not the human head.
Okay, but
It is an artistic product.
Okay.
Friends of and artistry in Yoruba race.
Okay. All right. So I get that part. I get that part. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I respect that response. So which leads to the second question. It was actually meant to be the first question, but leads to the second question, which is the article again that was posted by Ari that showed it says it's a newspaper called Drum Magazines. And this was the Nigerian edition, and the topic or the title is Human Sacrifice in Haitians, Lagos. And I read it out the way it appeared in on the article. I read it out exactly the way it appeared. So it's almost as if they used to use real human beings as sacrifice back in the days, a long time ago. Like the gods and the goddesses, they demand for real humans for sacrifice. In fact, they are more precise and selective to say we want a slave or a freeborn sacrifice. So is it something that used to happen way back in the days, whereby, which leads to the first question I asked, that instead of using real human head now, they're now coming to sculptures. What do you say to that?
Now, when we cut they are symbolic symbolic representations of clarify it to being it.
Being it, okay.
Now, Yoruba goes further to say that
Abaradan afu beshebo.
Then, if you look at the way very well, they has almost the
Same
physical
feature
character.
as a bat,
Yes, it's not the bat.
but it looks like it.
It looks like the bat. So it is scientifically we call it philology. At least if it looks, and that is why if you know the relevant now medical practices, if in the treatment of yellow fever, you use herbs that are yellow in nature. But it has semblance. On the principle of philology, they believe that if it is like that, you can treat it. Our fathers have, and so on and so forth. Now, back to this sculpture, I still reiterate the fact that these are artistic. If you go to the Babalawo shrine, you will see carved wood.
Of course, shigidi.
You will see, and it is still on this same. I'm not. Shango is.
Araba, we lost you again.
To a certain spot, and we can use that spot as an access portal to continue into the energy of Shango. Introduce the emblems of Shango. What are the materials that Shango used while he was alive? We look into it and we tap into that. We tap into that energy. It is evident in all forms of spirituality also. So what you see, if we now go as far as designing a sculpture of Obadufon, it is the form Obadufon.
Shubeshebo. Hakika.
That looks like Obadufon. We can relate the energy that Obadufon used to have. Obadufon through that.
It's terrible network. Terrible network. I'm trying to manage and salvage as much as possible from your submission. Yeah, I know. But the network keeps going in and out, and we hear you for like 10 seconds, and we don't hear you for like another 3 seconds. So there's a break in transition when you're speaking. Yeah, I clearly understand what you said, and thanks for the clarity. So it is clear that they used to do that back in the days, and it is part of the evolution of instead of using human beings, to rather use well sculptured items just in replacement of these things, and that's part of the reform that we're talking about. It's part of the reform of knowing you're still doing what you believe culturally or traditionally. You're doing it the way it used to be done way back in the days, which is distinguishing itself from whatever it is you see people doing with a real human head right now. It has no association with that whatsoever. It is just pure wickedness and a criminal activities by those engaging in such act, killing people, cutting off their heads, cutting out their hands, their limbs and everything. It's just pure criminality. It has nothing to do with the culture of the Yoruba people. I love that response. And my last question before we go to Madam Bolanle is the Odua flag. The Odua flag. Again, I remade a tweet about it, and it has the head of Oriolokun. It has it there on the flag, which begs the question of when you see people with human head, baby's head, male, female head, and they let them carry it, and they take a picture or video them while they're carrying it. It's almost as if it's becoming a trophy sort of thing. But then again, when you see the Odua flag and you see the Oriolokun there, Anyone can equate it to the fact that, oh, it's even on their flag. They believe in beheading people. They believe in having people's head, on and they are putting it to your faces. I mean, look at their flag. It has the Ori Olokun. But guess what? I read more about the Olokun and the Ori Olokun. The meaning of Ori Olokun. It has absolutely nothing to do with rituals. Ori Olokun simply the goddess of sea and wealth. Is the goddess of sea and wealth. And there is a bronze that was sculptured purposely for that, as a way of remembrance, as a way of knowing what she probably looked like. It has nothing whatsoever to do with the fact that there's a ritual that requires human head. Coincidentally, it happens to be on a flag, which shows that they have the support of the goddess of the sea and wealth behind the Yoruba people. The goddess of the sea and wealth. They have they probably could have chosen, I mean, there are other flags that has Oshe Shango. That is the more like the tall hammer. That's the way I see it. And I read the characteristics of what's it called? I read out the characteristics of Olokun. I'm not sure if I still have it here. I saved it somewhere. I'm not sure if it's on this phone here. I saved it somewhere. I'm not sure if it's on this phone here. I saved it somewhere. I'm not sure if it's on this phone here. I saved it somewhere. I'm not sure if it's on this phone. Again, I cannot blame people that actually think based on the statistics that has shown that certain areas in Nigeria has more news about people killing, beheading, and roaming around with human parts. It's not traditional. It is not it's not cultural. It is strictly a criminal activities that has been called out by the same people. We don't condone such activities in our neighborhoods. And I love the fact that this explanation of Ori Olokun has actually put it to rest. I don't think that question needs a response from you. But another thing I picked up from your brilliant submission was the Afaro and Aworo. You made it categorically clear that churches, actually, you've done it for churches, and I didn't even ask if it worked, but I'm pretty sure if it didn't work, another church won't come to you. Again, I'm not interested in the names of the church. It is a private and confidential thing. But the point is, we now understand the reason why some people will have to borrow money to get transportation to church, and they don't even have what to eat. It explains the depth at which Afaru will bring people towards the church at any given time. No matter what the situation is, all you'll be thinking about is how to go there. Again, it wasn't done with human's blood or human's head. It was done based on herbs and the perfection of who knows how to combine these things together to get the perfect result. Thank you, Araba. Let's have a lady ask a question. We've been going back and forth with we men, and we need a lady to jump in right now. Madam Bolale, how you doing?
Hey, Jimmy, how are you?
Not bad. Thanks for joining.
Good. I've been listening for a while. Quite insightful.
Sorry, Madam Bolale, before you proceed, Araba, 3 people contacted me. One sent 20,000, one sent 10,000, one sent 15,000, and other 3 contacted me telling me they will reach out to me in a minute. So I'm still waiting. The moment I get hold of all that, I will send them right to you. You deserve more than that, and I'll add mine to it because I've been well educated. I've been well informed with the perspective at which you came through to educate and enlighten the people regarding this what's called mining. And I encourage everyone that's been doing that, publishing it and bringing it out there. Please do not stop. Let it be to the world that we know this is our problem. We know it is a problem within certain areas of our country, but we don't condone it. We're not covering it up. We're calling the people out for whom they truly are, and they should face the wrath of their crimes. They should face the wrath of the law, rather. I thank you all for who has been listening from the beginning of the space. It is Off the Cuff with Jimmy. I do this every Friday, 10 a.m. Central Time. I dive into so many different, social topics. And today, we're having a good engagement towards skull mining and the concerns we have towards it in our tradition, culture, or is it a criminal activities? Clearly, it is a criminal activities. It doesn't belong to any tribe. It has no place in any tribe or any culture in our land. And that's why we'll keep calling out for what it is. We'll call people out, we'll put out their pictures, we'll put out their faces and the unspeakable crime that they've perpetrated against humanity. We'll keep doing that and we will not keep quiet. Thank you so much, guys, for joining once again. Auntie Bolanle's story for that. Please jump in. Let's hear from you.
Yeah. No, you're okay. So, I don't remember. I mean, when all of this thing about skull mining started, I remember being so traumatized by it because I didn't know enough about modern Yoruba culture, and I deliberately said modern to say whether or not it was our culture. I couldn't tell. I wasn't able to see, but I was just appalled. I was traumatized by it, and I thought we needed to talk about it. I remember reaching out to Ife back in September last year, but every time I tried to post about it, people attacked me, thinking that it was a case of me trying to drag down my tribe, but it wasn't. It was more of a concern that, look, if this is happening, what are we doing about it? And thank you to your guest for enlightening and educating us somewhat about certain aspects of our culture. And fine, I accept to a certain degree that this is perhaps not tradition. It might have been, I don't know, maybe it had been in ages past. I mean, I've tried to do some reading about it, and I read from Journal of African History. They were writing about some parts of southwest Nigeria where human sacrifice was a thing before the advent of Christianity and Islam, and so as with everything else, things evolve, and it was then frowned upon and perhaps now done in the hidden. I mean, it's done. It's no longer out in the open. I don't know, but that's what I read. But even at that still worries me, because if we're saying that it's criminal activities, what what's at the root of it. Because most of these people that they catch and parade, right, seem to think that they're able to use these human parts of their heads, skulls, or what have you for money-making rituals, right? And so it seems to be, to a certain degree, the motivation behind it, greed, the desperation for money, for stupendous wealth, right? And unless we want to, just pay lip service to this phenomenon, what's going on, unless we want to pay lip service to it, right, we will just leave it at saying, oh, it's criminal activity, without tackling the root causes of it. So I mean, I don't have a question per se for your guest, but it's just an observation, and perhaps there is a question for the wider group of people, particularly in the Southwest. Look, this has become a problem. What are we going to do about it? Why is it that leaders in Yoruba land, be they traditional political leaders, are quiet? Right, clearly it's a problem, because if you see the number of news items, and Jim, if you were to, based on even the research you did, right, and it gives you the top 10, most of them in Southwest Nigeria, which tells us that that's where the problem is predominantly. And I hear what your guest said about it being the reason why it's coming out and they're parading them is because we reject it. I hear that. However, it's not stopping. And therefore we have to be sincere with ourselves and ask that question. Right? How do we tackle the root causes of this kind of behavior? Right? And where do we start? Love what your guest has said, and then it starts that conversation, but we need something a bit more than that. Thank you. I yield.
Good evening.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Bolali. Rhoda, can you hold on a minute? We need to do this accordingly. I know you're craving to have a word. I saw your comment in the comment section, and I would like you to weigh in, even though you've clarified one thing. There is one Mr. David. I don't know who you are, and I don't know why you've decided to put out the comment you put out. And I guess you're just trying to deliberately mislead the people. Okay? I don't know what your agenda is, but I think Rhoda, when she joined, she paid close attention, and she realized that what you said is absolutely different from what is going on the space, and you're telling her to go and release into the space again from the beginning. Again, I'm not telling you this is targeted at any particular tribe. Okay, it is not in any tribe's culture or tradition to kill people for the sake of making money, right? Nonetheless, based on researches on Twitter group, on the website, ChatGPT, and Meta AI, and I've said it 3 times on this space. Google it yourself. Do your own research. While I said that, 2 different people contacted me with a screenshot of what they found out. It never mentioned any Yoruba tribe or Igbo tribe that they do this for a traditional purpose or cultural purposes. And this is the reason why I brought someone that knows more about it to speak to us. We have an Ifa priest in our midst. You can ask him questions. So I don't know why you've decided to put the nonsensical narrative you put out there. You see, it is because of people like you we're having spaces like this. And it is so shameful that the little amount of time that Rhoda got here, she could comprehend what was going on. But you've deliberately decided to be disingenuous about the whole thing. But that's your own problem. How you, what we say here is actually, straightforward to the people. How you comprehend that, that's your business. I have nothing to say to that. But based on the list I put out, this was based on culture context, right? Media and social commentaries, legal and ethical concerns, historical and academical perspective. They gathered all these things. And based on the fact that the stories, the news we've been hearing over the past couple, I don't know the time frame. I don't know if it's for the past 20 years, 50 years, but based on the news we've been seeing, pictures, videos, and events, incidents that have been happening across the country, that this platform that I asked those questions had access to. It came out. Ogun. Again, I'm repeating it. Ogun number 1. Lagos number 2. Oyo number 3. 4. Rivers State, Osun, Ekiti, Kwara, Ondo, Akwa Ibom, and Delta State. I'm not here to battle that with you. I'm not here to battle that with anyone. My concern is, out of all the states I mentioned, and clearly from what we can see on Twitter, the southwestern part of the country happens or appears to be the undisputed champion. Clearly. And that's why I have an Ifa priest here, Araba. And he's breaking it down to let us know it has nothing to do with our tradition. There is no kind of, there is no way you have to sacrifice or cut off someone's head for money, and money will be vomiting from your cupboard or whatever. He explained how it's all about. And I purposely, from my research, I got to realize that there are some rituals that you can actually do to boost your business, to boost yourself, whatever it is you want to do. And I akin it to the fact that if I want to host a space and I want it to go to a specific demography, when you make a tweet, Twitter will ask you, do you want to promote this tweet? Do you want to make it an advert? If you choose to do so, you pay for it. Now, depending on how much you drop will determine how far that message will get to. $10, it's probably going to get to maybe a couple of thousands people. And if you want to be more specific, which country, age, range, these are the things we're talking about. And I equated it to the Yoruba culture that we practice, which is Aworu, Awure, Oshole, Umulewo, Eyonu Aye, Afaru, Akpomowo. And we took time to explain this one by one. So if you were not paying close attention, I advise you listen to the space again from the beginning. I'll put the full coverage on YouTube, on my YouTube channel. We need to get the fact outright. And from the Aworo, it confirmed that he has actually done couple for some churches, which I'm not even interested to even know those churches. And the way this thing works is they will use the natural habitat. They will use the things within. And you have to be calculated. You need to know the exact quantity or the ounces. It's just like chemistry, physics, or anyhow you can put it. If you use a fish, if you dig a hole in front of your shop or inside your shop, and you put probably a live fish or dead one, put it there, cover it up, it's going to rot. The amount of maggots that comes from that will equate to the amount of people that will be coming to your shop. These things are there. It's a way of boosting your business. So a fish, we can imagine the size of a fish, or the biggest kind of fish you can imagine. You cannot compare that to the size of a goat. If you now use a goat, more maggot, more people. Now imagine using a cow. That's it. That is the message we're trying to let people know. There are ways you can boost your businesses, but there is no way in our culture, even though the Nollywood movie have done us so much damage and so much wrongs. There is no way in any culture that I've heard of, I've done research on, and Araba is here, he has come here to explain it to Yoruba culture. There is no activities, or there is no way you have to cut someone's head off. You put it in a calabash, put it in your cupboard, and you speak to it, and by morning you start seeing it vomiting dollar or pounds, or it does not happen. And that's a fact. I'm concerned about putting out the fact. How you take it is none of my business, but the facts are out there. Thank you once again. Araba, do you want to say something to what Madam Bolanle says? Then we can go to Rhoda. I believe she has something to say. Thank you. Yes, I can hear you.
Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you. Rhoda, hold on. After his response, we'll come to you.
Well, Madam Bolade, I want to appreciate you for bringing this up. Well, I'm not supposed to issues, but then this is not a political one. Our leaders have every right to how would I put it now? They have a duty to ensure that the wings of the law or the essence of the law take its course when we raise up this issue. As I rightly said earlier, that if you see communities where you hear such things in the news more often, it is because the primary inhabitants of those communities frown against such incidents. And irrespective of which family you come from, irrespective of which tribe you are, irrespective of your standing within the community, there are some things that once you do, it is the entire community that will frown against you. And they will not keep you, they will not defend you. So, I hope you are with me. So now, when we raise this issue as a community, it is now the prerogative of our leaders to see that they follow up these issues to the letter and ensure that the corporates are taken to letters. And if you look at those, if you follow up the issues closely, you realize that whoever has been brought to public notice, the law usually takes its course. However, we all understand how extremely draggy our judicial system can be. But whether we like it or not, whoever you find the human head with is between the person and the state. The person can be charged for murder. So if you look at it closely, you will realize that these and so many other of these issues are treated within the ways of the law. However, it might be slow, it might not be as reactive as we want it to be. It is still the same. It is because as a people, our judicial system is extremely poor. We don't have the goodness. And whether you like it or not, too, if somebody is a ritualist, a ritual process, a human ritual process would not naturally be a one-man thing. So it's usually going to be a network thing. So my own point of view on this issue, what I just have to say is that we can only clamor, continue to advocate that those who our community has fought against the big arms of the law find a way of giving them, meting out the right judgment according to the ways of the law. And we also can also clamor for laws or amendment of laws in this regard. But if you look at our extant laws from way back, you realize that majority of our laws might not really have an extensive coverage of it on issues like this, likely due to the fact that it's something that is abnormal within the ways of our community. So you know that if you look at the way laws are fashioned and laws are made, you realize that it is based on happenings and it's based on realities of societal realities that we decide to amend the laws of the land based on the happenings. At some point in time, we can say that let us tilt towards the left, and at some point in time, we can decide to tilt towards the right based on the realities on ground. At some point in time, we can decide to tilt towards the right based on the realities on ground. that we now currently face, to see that in the different sectors, and this is not just the Yoruba land, and I'm being emphatic with this. There are places that if you look closely at let us first start with the names. If you look at the news and look at the issues where people see, if you look at the names, you realize that before you find out the Yoruba name, out of 10 people, you rarely see 2 or 3. I'm not sure with that data, but then I'm saying that out of that much people, you see very few Yoruba names that you see. And why is this? I noticed this when at some point it almost became a religious issue, and I don't engage in religious battles. Now, it took me going to find out what is happening, and I came to realize that majority of these people, if you look at their names, they don't have anything. Sulaiman, who was found with human skull in Ogun State, cannot be referred to as a Yoruba man. So these are basically the issue. We might not have a universal law. We might not have a general law as a community, as a country that talks about this. But then, aside Nigeria, generally, this discussion we are having tonight is rampant in the different states that best of the world. And especially, even more especially in the Western world. So you want to say something, man?
Yes, I kind of like don't agree. I don't agree that most of the names are not Yoruba names, because the news items we've been seeing are predominantly Yoruba names, right? So I question that. And the other point I wanted to quickly raise is, you see, I'm not so, it's not so much because obviously these people are arrested, and we can see that they have arrested for that reason. And
Yep.
that's not what I'm about.
Yeah.
What I'm pushing for is about the root causes of it, because for some reason these young people, you know, women, men, they're teenagers, for some reason believe that they can make, you know, there's this money-making thing. If they kill, they're going to bring family members, they'll kill their friends, and it's, how do we tackle that movement? Because obviously, if you're saying that it's not our culture, then who should shoulder the responsibility of communicating that fact?
Yeah.
All and sundry, so that it's, because it's not, once the police are involved, it means the crime has already been committed. Right? It is how we stop it from being committed in the first place. So that was the point I just wanted to buttress.
All right. So thanks, Madam Bolale. Yeah, Araba, I want you to answer that so we can have Rhoda Peters to speak about this. She's probably got a couple of questions for you as well. Or do you want to hear that questions and kill both questions with one stone, or you want to answer Madam Bolale?
Let me just quickly put this to rest.
Cool.
First of all, there are different factors that we ought to look at. First is social programming. We cannot underestimate the influence of Nollywood in our community.
Fair enough.
And over time, you would realize that it happens to be, even as a priest, I still told somebody today that the essence of African spirituality is not a quick fix scheme. You don't expect to come to your Balabu's house and he does abracadabra, and the next day you are Elon Musk. It doesn't work that way. But if you go to Nollywood, you will see that scene 1, the person goes to India. The next scene, he's driving a Bentley G-Wagon. So that in itself is social engineering. We are engineering our young ones. If you look at the statistics of people who had access to Nollywood over knowledge of our indigenous practices are born from Nollywood. So, first off, it now becomes a fact whereby someone will not say that once I go to Babalawo's place, I should get money. See, I tell people that if you like buy all the soap in the world, it is just works on the principle of multiplier effect. If you if I do a soap for you that I've conjured different energies with, and I give you to go and bath, the essence of that soap is to multiply to put a multiplier effect on the effort you are going to put into nature. So if your effort is 0, 1 million times 0 is 0, you will not get shishi if you don't work. That is the basic reality of life. But then that reality is different from the reality that our means of social engineering has put in place. In Nollywood, there are so many times that I have watched in Nollywood where we do ritual killing.
Yeah, I mean, we have that in our Nollywood, in both Yoruba and Igbo. I don't know if the Hausa version, if they do that, but I can testify to the Yoruba and the Igbo.
Let me tell you a story that let me give you a story that happened to me. 2 years ago, a lady and a guy came to me for divination, for consultation. The young man was in his 400 level. The young lady was in the 200 level of the same university. They were both boyfriend and girlfriend, not even fiancés. So the young man was just unusually calm, and the lady served as the family's mouthpiece. He said, sir, I know that you are going to, what I'm going to say, you are going to convince us not to do it. But we have thought about it, we have deliberated about it for so long, and I have concluded that I should use my own womb as the source of money for my boyfriend. So that when he has money, he can now spend it on me. At first,
wow.
Like 5 minutes, I was dumbfounded. And I asked the young lady, I asked her, I said, how old are you? She said she's 23. You want to use your womb for money ritual as 23 for your boyfriend, not even your fiancé or your husband. I asked the guy, how old are you? The guy is 27. What level? He says it's 400 level. I asked the guy a very logical question. I said, do you intend to give birth to this life? Do you intend to give birth to children? He said yes. And I told him to his face, I think you are a wicked person. You want to give back, so you have the privilege of giving back in the future. Yet you want to take somebody's womb for money ritual today, knowing fully well that if you remove her womb, she might not be able to give back. So which means that you don't even have intentions of marrying her. I looked at the lady, I said, are you this stupid? After all my talk, I advised them, I thought I was advising these people. I advised them, talk to them, spend my time re-educating them about such act. They left my place. The third day, only the lady came back to me. But because I saw only the lady, I was happy that yes, this lady has come back to her senses. That's why she didn't blink. After they have scattered everything when they go back home. Lo and behold, this lady came to me and knelt down. Said I should please, they know that they heard about me, that I'm a good priest. That I should please, I should not do this, I should forget about consequences. I said, baby, you are bewitched. And I thought to myself, if I do not do anything for the lady, there's that go somewhere else, or go and meet some other people. And that's a possibility that she might fall into the wrong hands. What if she have fallen into the hands of human traffickers?
Because there's a sign of desperation.
Because if you look back at it, primary source of that is use your womb as
We're losing you again. We're losing you again. The network has started. Araba, are you there? Man, you're making a compelling point, and we will, this fluctuating has started again.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you.
So there is a, if you look at it critically, there is already a social engineering that has occurred by virtue of Nollywood.
So in conclusion, I want to hear I want to hear the bottom line of that that short story. So you said she came back to you and you decided to do something, thinking about the fact that she might go elsewhere and she might not be fortunate. She might fall into the wrongs. And so
Yes.
what did you do to salvage that situation?
Yes. What I did was the foundation for her. I told that if she tries it, she was going to die prematurely.
Okay.
And at the end of the day, the young man will not even eventually, the young man is not eventually even going to take care of her family. So I believe that.
Okay, so you made it. You made it. You made it sound to her like that's what the Ifa said, right? To convince her.
I made it clear to her that she was good because number one, if I tell her that there is nothing like that, she'll never believe me.
True.
Because from the look of this, she already had a rooted belief that will work for her.
Yeah, she already made up her mind. Oh, boy.
I might now tell her that such process does not exist. But if I told her, end up in the hands of human traffickers and not whatnot. So I just told her, I just did the Magomago dictation for her. I told her, say, madam, if I says that you are going to die prematurely if you go this route. She thought about it, she said, and then one time, she agreed that, and maybe one more reason why I didn't see her again. I didn't see what has happened is the social engineering that we are talking about. There is a lot of misconception and stereotypes that have been unconsciously engineered into our lives by virtue of by virtue of the Nollywood social engineering. Look at, I'm sorry to say this.
We're losing you. Hello? Oh, boy. Yeah, you said, for example. Oh,
but
boy.
then, if you look at, from my own point of view, the harm that like the movie have done to young people is imagine if you, there are so many movies.
Yeah.
Imagine telling somebody that if you because you live here, you have food in your mother's in your father's house. Your mother is a witch. Your mother is a wizard. And if you go to our churches and our things and all whatnot, it is now people are so socially engineered to believe that they now have
oh, boy.
telling them that is not. Why would I believe that my father would want me to die? Why would I say that my mother does not want to die? Why would my mother want my father to die? Why would I want my father to be poor?
Yeah.
Why would a woman go into 9 months? These are logical questions.
Yeah. Yeah.
There are some people who cannot even go to their ancestral home
Yeah.
because of the fear that they will be killed.
They'll be killed. Yeah, that's
There are some
correct.
people who will eat. There are some people who will drink from a plastic cup but cannot drink from a calabash because it has been socially engineered for us to believe that the calabash is a evil thing. It's a evil material. The calabash is healthy. The calabash is a wood. The calabash is a tree. As long as you are sitting on the desk in your office, what is the difference between a desk and the calabash? They are both wood. They are both tree. They are both product of trees. But we have been socially engineered to believe that if you go to somebody's house and the person is eating with a calabash, you'll be scared to even eat from that with that person. Why? Because we have been socially engineered to.
Or a clay pot.
Or a clay pot. And if you look at it, these are materials that our fathers have used and have helped them elongate their lives.
Yep.
It has helped them.
That's correct. That's correct. I mean, I was reading an article recently, and I got to realize that non-sticky pot, actually has potential of leading to using a non-sticky pot to cook has the potential of leading to cancer because of the microorganisms that comes out of the pot at a point in time when you keep using it. It's just joins. It goes into your food.
It is mother art. It is head that is using to cook.
Yeah.
And you look at it, it's natural. It serves as a natural filter.
Yeah.
If you put your soup in the clay pot and leave it there,
Yeah.
the pot in itself, the clay in itself will naturally sieve out some things out of that soup.
Yeah. That's correct. That's correct.
Out of that soup.
Yeah.
Now, why are we socially engineered to not believe that the clay pot is evil? The clay pot that is done in our backyard, the clay pot that is done in Daba, the clay pot that is done in York, the clay pot that is done in... Why is that supposed to be evil? It is social engineering.
I totally agree with you. I love the angle at which you've nailed all those points. I 100% agree with you. And the social engineering comes from all parts of the country. The Igbo, Yoruba, Hausa. I mean, the Igbos, they have movies like Isakaba, Blood Money with Kanayo, and the Yorubas, they have the Abija Ogunjimi movies, and they have this particular one that trended for a very long time, Ololade Mr. Money, that probably used his family member to make money. These are the social programmings that we've been groomed with while growing up.
Very well.
Yeah, while growing up. But anyway, it's not an echo chamber. I love your time here with me. And if you can check your WhatsApp, again, another 15,000, 20,000, 20. So in total right now, I have people with 100,000 in total that I actually want to send to you. I would prefer them to send it to you directly than sending it to me. So check your WhatsApp. I have a message for you there. But while we pick on the two remaining speakers.
Jimmy.
Yeah.
Sorry, can I chip in something real quick if you don't mind?
I want Rhoda to go.
Yeah, I don't see her on the speaker section. That's why.
You don't see who?
Is she on the speaker section? Rhoda?
Yeah. She is. She's actually here. She unmuted her mic already, Zeph.
No. You go ahead. I honestly, I didn't see you on the speaker section. Go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I joined. I don't know if I joined when it started, but I've listened to everybody speak. I'm really, really concerned because my state was mentioned. My state is Delta State.
Oh, okay.
So I'm not trying to find out if someone did wrong in the statistics or not. If Mr. Jimmy said he did a thorough search and found out that the state came up among top 10, then it really did. What we have to come to a realization is that arrests have been made, people have posted stories, and they were not made up. These are true.
Yeah.
I think it's unfair for us to be asking Mr. MQ about these practices because I don't think most of them are enshrined in his religion. Christians have been caught, Muslims have been caught, people that also practice traditional religion have been caught. It's pure witchcraft. So I don't think an Ifa priest will come to tell you that using human sacrifices is enshrined in his practices. I don't think it is. The people that
Sorry, say that again. You don't think it's what? I don't understand that part.
I don't think it's enshrined in Ifa practice to use human parts for ritual purposes.
And how did you know that?
Because it will not do. Okay, so it's like, how do I put it? I've listened to Mr. Ifa speak.
Okay.
I've listened to everything that spoke about how kings have been enthroned and how they were buried and all that.
And did you know about this before you joined the space?
Huh?
Did you know about this before you joined the space?
Do I know about what?
Did you know about this before you joined the space?
Yeah, I know about. My dad was a traditionalist. He lived for over 100 years.
Okay, fair enough.
So yeah, I was raised by a very old man. So before I came into Christianity, I knew there was the existence of African traditional religion.
Okay.
Like I said, there's African traditional religion and there's witchcraft.
Mm-hmm.
The man we have on this host, he practices African religion. He is not a witchcraft practitioner. The people that are doing this will never come online. They will always tell you, someone said I should bring this, someone said I should bring this, but they won't come out to boldly tell you, I'm a witchcraft practitioner. They will hide under African tradition. These are the people that are giving people like Mr. Olu a bad name.
Okay, so yeah, I think I get your point, and I let me say this to you. Let me say this. The reason why I brought him is to establish the fact that, number one, this coal mining thing has nothing to do with the culture or tribe of any culture or tribe in Nigeria. It has nothing. It is purely a criminal activities, regardless what the witches or the wizards wants to use it for, right? It is just based on wickedness and people that are practicing the demonic sorceries, right? He hasn't argued that. From the example he gave, hold on, from the example he gave briefly now. Say that again?
I said, when you brought up those 10 states, you're looking at prevalence of such practices.
No. I'm glad you said you didn't join from the beginning. So I mentioned those 10 states based on culture context, media and social commentaries, legal and ethical concerns, historical and academic perspective. These are based on things that are going on social media. I'm not bothered about what goes on in any of these states. I'm bothered about the amount of people that have been apprehended with a human skull on their hands. It happens across Nigeria, right? So, but according to the research I did, based on this fact, based on reports on social media, based on reports on Google, based on reports on ChatGPT, based on the AI tools actually went online, they searched and served the web for all the information that has to do with people holding people's head or killing people, or in their possession they've cut them with people's head, hand, or dry skull, fresh skull. They gathered all those information. So that is the statistics I read out. Based on the information that's been circulating, the amount of people that has been apprehended in certain states is more than this particular state. So all the states I mentioned are top 10. It doesn't mean all other states are not doing it, but they are not as bad as the ones that have come out on the public space. There are a lot of them going on that they'll probably go to Bale and they will hand it there. Bale will just squash it. It doesn't even get to the police station. But based on what is online...
Top 10 because of high prevalence of those practices, right?
Based on the reports that had actually made it through the news, social media, and any other platform you can think about.
Yes. So if those states are top 10, those states are top 10. But I think before we have another session, I'd like you to share where you got your data source from. And secondly, I think we need to do, you said you're a data analyst, we need to do an in-depth analysis of those stories. You understand? This one will be cut and say it was the pastor that sent me. This one will be cut and say it's an alpha that sent me. This one will be cut and say it's from this state, it's from this, it's from this religion. I think that would give us, to streamline it down to, like Mrs. Bonali talked about, root causes. Who are the people doing this thing and what is pushing them to do it? And how can it be stopped? So everybody can go online and do an in-depth research, and you can share what you already did. So before we have another conversation, we all know what we're coming to talk about. We're not coming to talk about Nollywood. Nollywood is the least contributing factor. It is. The people that are propagating these things are out there, and they are getting more and more people to get involved with the high rate of poverty and the economic situation we have in the country. So this is not the time to start. Nollywood is not the main factor. People are being pushed because of how bad the country is, and they will keep doing these things. Before, we're thinking we're just women and children. Men are going missing now. Grown-up men go missing, and are found later with parts already gone. So it's a call for concern for everybody.
All right.
So, Mr. Olo might not have those answers when you're talking about if they are killing, because in his own practice of Ifa religion, those things are not there. When I was in the UK, there were people I met that were making inquiries. They went on YouTube and they meet people who guide them through Ifa religion. And I never heard anything about human parts. So the people that are actually doing this thing, they do exist and it happens. And if it's prevalent in those states, it's prevalent.
So are you saying there was no ritual killings in the UK?
No, what the guy told me, he went online, he said the YouTube with me because it was someone I wanted to rent an apartment with.
Okay.
When I went on the list because I was curious. I'm a Christian though.
Okay.
So I saw like teachings, then you can even pay and they'll send you like a starter, I'll call it a starter pack where they send you calabash and stuff. You understand? But then they'll have instructions. That is African religion. You understand? Someone just doing what your ancestors did, but there is witchcraft on this side that people are still practicing. That's why someone will go to another person's grave to remove the skull and say, okay, they used to make soap for you to make well. People are doing it.
Yeah. So, all right. So, I think I get where you're headed. So here's the thing. Here's the thing. No.
Pointed fingers at Delta. Yes, they are doing it there. They are pointing fingers at Ogun State. Yes, they are doing it there. So we have to look for what is driving people to do it.
So
I don't think, and our laws are, they're not laws.
Rhoda,
yeah?
Stay with me, please. Stay with me. All right. I've paid close attention to your submission, and I understand where you're headed. Okay, but I'm not here for that. The topic here is skull mining in Nigeria. Traditional? Is it a traditional thing? Is it a cultural thing or a criminal thing? Is it all criminal activities? You see, what you're mentioning is a different topic entirely. The purpose of this particular podcast is to let it be known to the people, the narrative going on social media, that the Yoruba culture is known. It's in their tradition. It's to break that myth. It's to break that jinx that focuses on the fact that this is what the Yoruba people do. It's their natural way of living. And from the statistics, which I already told people, just type it in on Google. I'll put up the post, but type it in, top 10 states known for skull mining in Nigeria. The list will come out. Now, it is shocking that you're concerned that your own state happens to be number 10. And out of the states I mentioned, we only have 3 that are not from western part of the country. So I'm a Yoruba man, and I'm more focused on the narrative that is being pushed in my own region. All right? It's beginning to look like we do this for a living. It's embedded in our culture or religion or tradition, rather. That's not the point. And that's the reason why I have Araba here to explain. Actually, they're meant to be 2. I don't know what happened to Mr. Rockwell. Is an historian when it comes to Yoruba culture. He knows his onions. And this is Araba. He knows his deal too. He understands what he's doing. And he has specifically broken everything down. So out of 10 states, 7 from southwestern part, and you're bothered about just Delta State. It's not. I'm not pointing fingers. It is clear. Yeah, I mean, it is clear. It is clear that something is clearly wrong. So I understand. I understand where you're headed regarding that. That is a different topic entirely. Like, you want to go into the rabbit hole to know why they're doing this, the witchcraft and everything. Man, I don't think I'm ready for that. I don't think I'm ready to go. It's a diabolical. It's a diabolical aspect entirely, right? It's a diabolical area I don't want to get involved in. We know they do these things. We know they go out there to do these things at graveyards and name of it. We know, but based on what we see regularly on Facebook, on Twitter, the pictures, the videos, the dates of these things, the happenings, everything is out there. Based on those facts, we can categorically say that the states I listed here. Look, guys, don't take my word for it. Couple of people Googled it and they got back to me. They sent a screenshot to me. Just do it yourself. Cut my bullshit. Cut me off. Bring a contradicting screenshot to bash away my point. I'm not here to compare and contrast between different tribes. I'm more concerned about the fact. I mean, I know other places does it, but my concern is the undisputed champion. I don't care if the person that does it is Hamisu that came from Nasarawa and does it in Ibadan. The point is, it is rampant in the southwestern part of the country. Why is that? It's a different topic entirely. But whatever it is you see, even though 7 out of 10 is from the western part of the country, it is not our tradition. You can consider it that we have more people, wickedness in that aspect that are into that. But guess what? The only reason why we're reading about it, the only reason why we're seeing these numbers go high is simply because the people are fighting against it. The people don't condone such attitude. They don't cover up. They don't hide people and, shelter them from this madness. It is madness. And that is the whole point of this podcast right now. Going into the depth of what they actually do. I mean, it's a total ball game entirely. I mean, we have people doing rituals and they will start barking like dogs. We have people clearly eating human waste in public just because they want to make money. We have people placing calabashes with different kinds of items under the car seat, and someone sits on it and they just start vomiting blood. These things does happen, but that is not the reason why I'm doing this. The reason why I'm doing this is just to let them know that skull mining is not in the culture of Yoruba people. And the reason why I'm specific about the tribe is simply because clearly, based on what is out there, it seemed to the people that the Yorubas are the undisputed champion in these, based on fact, figures, pictures, videos, and names of perpetrators we're seeing out there. And that's the bottom line. We can now come to an agreement on having a different topic regarding why they go into these things, the examples of people that have done it. We clearly heard what Araba said now. An example of people that will come to him about wanting to have more money. People do these things. There is another incident I got to know about. Couples, husband and wife, they went to the Babalawo that they want to do rituals. They needed money badly. They have 4 kids, but they needed money badly. And the dubious man told them they will need the blood of a newborn baby, an innocent child, a child that never committed any sin. They need the blood of a young boy. You know what this couple did? They deliberately went back and tried having a new baby. They impregnated themselves, they nursed the pregnancy, and they gave birth. 7 days after the naming ceremony, they took the child to the Baba that they want to use that child. That they want to use that child to make money to look after the remaining child. I know these things does happen, but I'm not ready to go into that rabbit hole. It's a different topic entirely. So, I'll leave it at that. but I think Abolaji wants to have a go towards this topic. I'm curious to know what he wants to say or whatever question he has for our guest before we let him go. He has nothing less than 10 minutes to spare with us right now. Abolaji, welcome. Jump in.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. It's been a expository discussion so far. So thank you for having me. So this issue of ritual killing, ritual murder, I happen to grow up in a kind of ghetto setting. You know, growing up, we call it, is it doing jazz or doing all this fetish something? It's a normal practice among we young ones then. We see it as a birthright. It's like a normal thing. It's like we're doing normal science. It's so embedded in our lifestyle, culture, whether you are a Muslim or Christian or something, you know. So it's rampant like that. It's just that some of us are education win this thing from our lifestyle, you know. But so many are still not, they are not lucky, they are not exposed.
Where did you grow up?
I grew up in Ibadan.
Within your social circle,
Yeah.
it is rampant that you
Yeah. We actually we practice jazz, sure you understand. It's a normal thing.
I want you to be explicit with the jazz because now we're talking about it's called mining. I want to believe that
I'm getting into something. Sure you understand. When something is a culture, when something is your religion, when something is something that you see your parents, you see your gather, you see everybody doing it. You know, it's like a religion, it's like a way of life. What I'm getting into is that we might be educated, we might see this thing as bad. Some people see it as a way of life. Sure you understand, especially among these people.
So I understand the reason why Araba. Yeah.
Sorry to cut in.
Yeah.
I am confused here.
Yeah. So am I. So.
Okay. Now, ask you a question. I'm with you.
First of all,
yeah.
Maybe you do not understand what I am asking.
I'm with you.
Now, the point is, if I get you clearly, what I'm trying to say is that amidst your ears, while you are imbued in Ibadan,
yeah,
ritual killing, using human for ritual.
I'm not saying ritual killing. I'm not saying ritual killing. I'm saying the act of practicing, you know, fetish something, guys experimenting. I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna do that, and like I'm getting to those.
Maybe I should clarify. Maybe I help you realign your thoughts. What I'm trying to say basically is that our indigenous traditions is common around back with you as a young person.
Yes.
And because the way you said it is looking like I'm like
no.
So let me.
In a proper Yoruba man's household, that I can tell you, in any Yoruba family, if people go as far as bringing something that is not your own from school, you get beaten for it.
Exactly.
So how much more if you bring a Bible that is not yours? I remember when we were young, our parents they would write your name inside. You write your name inside the Bible that you're taking to school, and you bring a Bible that does not have your name, which is different from yours. You face panel and question. You be questioned, how did you get that Bible?
Of course.
So
is it yours?
Those quality of values have been passing to us from that age. Tell me how I want to now be so discontented with my life that I want to resort into coal mining or human rituals.
Yeah, you are right on that. But at the same time, we have different family. We have different kind of family values.
So I'm gonna ask you this, Abolaji, from your own family, is there any ritual that you guys do that involves human sacrifice or cutting people's head?
I'm not talking about human sacrifice. I'm talking about the causative agent, the culture that is encouraging this thing.
Okay, so what culture is encouraging this thing?
understand?
Yeah, so what culture is encouraging it?
So that's what I'm getting to.
Please go ahead.
You know, young ones are being exposed to this thing from early age, especially in the core community. You know, they see it as a way of life. They see it as a, you know, as we have that
It's been explicit. Your use of this thing needs to be very.
yeah.
The young ones are introducing to what exactly? I need to know because this is you are misconstruing yourself. Basically, I think what you mean is different. What you are saying is different, and that this is a recorded space, and it could be misleading.
Yeah,
People might not
yeah.
know the context.
Yeah, you know, I'm actually paying close attention to what he's saying, but let's do this, Araba. Let's take time to give him a couple of minutes to you know, let out that thought. I've got a pencil and a paper right in front. I'm writing these things down, and yeah.
Sorry, those thoughts, words are very, very valuable.
Yeah.
Once, if he does not know how to present his thoughts, and he presents it in a way that is damaging, it is retracing it might be even worse. Damage control might be even worse than the quality of content that they have put out.
That is compelling. That's a very good argument. And Abolaji, I agree with what Araba said. And why I agree with that is whatever it is you say, they might just cut out that part. They won't cut out the part where you've been corrected or where you rephrased or whatever. They will cut out that part and they will start spreading it across. So I want us to be very careful based on what we what out there. I think I have. Hold on. Oh, sorry. Yeah. Yeah.
How do you want to say that publicly?
Yeah, so I mean, we have different kinds of I mean, are you from a family of Elegun or Onilu, or there are different families that are somehow connected to a traditional roots, and to be honest, I'm yeah.
There's no family that is not connected to our
None. There is none. There is none. So, but the way you're making it sound like, there is I think I understand where you're headed, but the way, your choice of words are kind of contradicting to the topic. And at the same time, I want to give you enough time to speak about this, because you mentioned a few things that I noted down. You mentioned amudo and all those things. I mean, these are things they do on ring people put on their fingers, and these are things people do to fortify themselves. We have anowo. I mean, we have a fairy. We have the ones where back to sender, madarikon. There are different ones, but I don't know what exactly you're talking about. The topic says skull mining in Nigeria. Is it a tradition? Is it a culture, or just plain blank criminal activities? Please go ahead.
I'm getting there.
All right, go ahead.
Yeah, can I go on?
Please. Go ahead.
Trying to say in essence is that some people just, in the guise of practicing, experimenting, they don't question things. They don't even know the history of what they are doing. It's because they see other people doing it. They want to do it, they want to experiment. You understand? They don't question things. That's what I'm trying to say. So, a kid that's maybe he saw his parents doing one or two things one day, he wants to experiment too. But they don't question things deep within.
So one or two things like what?
Hello?
Yeah, one or two things like what? You just said a kid sees a parent doing one or two things and they want to experiment it. One or two things like what are they experimenting?
You see people doing...
Like doing what?
Normal jazz, normal things like that. Sure, you understand. They just continue to going like that. I'm trying to say this is what is contributing to these things.
So
most of you that are doing
Abolaji, Abolaji, hold on. You see, you're speaking to this is an international space, and you're speaking to a lot of highly educated people. So when you say they do these things and these things and these things, what are the things that they do that people learn from? Spit it out, please. Let us know. Mention those things that you've seen people doing, and kids are copying those things. It is paramount that we say these things the way they are. I don't understand those things that they do. Mention them and let's.
Excuse me. I see people doing fortification, burial, all sort of things.
Okay.
Sure, you understand.
Okay.
Yeah. What I'm trying to say, maybe it's all these little things that is contributing, that is offshoot of these bigger things. You know, if we don't talk about the origin, what is causing this thing, how are we going to solve the problem?
Sorry. Let me educate you, yes. Let me educate you.
Please, Araba, go ahead. Araba, you there? We can't hear you. We cannot hear you. It seems you're speaking, but we cannot hear you at all. No, we still can't hear you.
Same way.
Araba, we lost you. We lost you for like. Araba, can you hear me?
So I don't think
Araba, can you hear me? Oh boy, I don't think he can hear me. Araba, can you hear me?
The Western world, I want to believe they even copied our own version of that science, that biological science, of directly treating
Araba.
our body system by
Araba, can you hear me?
using herbs
I don't think he can hear me.
into our bloodstream directly for effective.
There you go. I don't think he can hear me now. He dropped. The network is really terrible from his side. Okay, all right. This is getting interesting. I just want him to engage Abolaji before we wrap it up. It seems people are requesting for the mic, but I can't actually see them. Let me see if I can reset the app and pull people up. So, Abolaji, I love the part you mentioned about fortification, which is where I knew you were actually headed. I knew it the moment you mentioned that. So there is a difference between fortifying yourself in a way whereby you cannot be harmed. The whole point is for protection. The whole point is for you to be protected, right? It is not for you to end people's life. It is not for you to maybe people might do something to you that backfires and probably hurt them. It's more like but it's now a different ballgame entirely for you to deliberately go to someone, unalive them, and cut off their head. That is what we are talking about. What you are talking about is defending yourself. That is you defending yourself. We're talking about outright assault with deliberate purpose of achievement. And the deliberate purpose of achievement is for a particular reason. You're going out there to unalive someone because you want a certain part from that person to help you get money or do whatever it is you want to do. These are two different things. I mean, I explained to you earlier on. The moment you mentioned Mudo, I knew where you were headed. And really and truly, these things are there. They will give you incantations and they will give you incisions on your body. You have people having almost 1,000 incisions on their bodies. We have different types of tribal marks and they have different meanings. Okay? We have different incisions that can go around your body and they have different concussions that will be mixed together in a way whereby they will be put on the incisions and just to cover it up. And these are not just random things. They use herbs and naturality of our animals. For instance, it could be a specific species of tortoise, a rare breed of tortoise. Because, a tortoise is very difficult to actually, apprehend or say you want to attack a tortoise. It will go back into its shell. If you throw anything at it, the shell protects it, and it's a form of protection. They could use a combination of a tortoise, fish, which I explained earlier on, meaning the tortoise shell can be equated to a stone. It's hard as rock. If you throw an egg at it, it will break. And it's more like back to the sender kind of a thing. You're protecting yourself. And the fish aspect, I used the example of a catfish. There's a Yoruba adage that says, meaning it is the wise one that hold onto the fish head. If you're holding onto the fish head, no one can take that fish away from you. Whoever wants to pull that fish away from you is just wasting their time. Because and they will equate it to whatever happens to you in the real life. They will tell you, lower me. And the moment you keep trying to pull the fish, your hand slips away. And they'll keep telling you, but if these are the things they put together. They will tell you to consume that fish. Put the bone in a separate place. They will burn the bone, crush it into powder, and they can use that. They will use it to rub the incisions on your body. Those are protective elements you do to protect yourself. In the Yoruba culture, in the Yoruba tradition, we have different types. That is just an example. You cannot equate it to you deliberately going out there, hunting for an individual for the purpose of unaliving them and cutting off their heads for a money ritual or for whatever it is you want to do. They are two different things. So I understand the aspect of some people, they still do it. We have people that are from the family of Egun, masquerade. They do it. They do it. They still go back to their origin. They have different deity that they have to worship. They'll put palm oil, they'll put shinap and all those things. They still have to do it. It's absolutely different from what we are talking about. Is it real? Yes, it is real. People are getting killed. People are unnecessarily getting beheaded for the purpose of money rituals. And the purpose of this space is to let the people know, to educate the people that there is no Yoruba culture that demands of this. There is no Yoruba culture that tells you to go out there and do this. In fact, I pointed out 3 examples from Ari's post to my guest, Araba. And I stated clearly that, look, the case of, I wrote it down somewhere, the case of Oni splashing shinap on the head of, I don't know if it's it's a sculpture, obviously, as he confirmed. And what message is that? And apparently, it's a whole way, ancient ways of how the deities, the god and the goddesses, that they used to collect human sacrifices. Human sacrifices. In fact, they are so picky that they will tell you they want slaves or freeborn. These are ancient practices. All right? We have them across board in your religion, in the Roman Empire, name it. Even in the Bible, they beheaded John the Baptist, and Judith beheaded one other person like that. I forgot it. But the point is it a right thing to do at this period, 2025? These things did happen, and we call it evolving. Instead of using the real human being, the Oni of Ife, they had a sculpture they had to use. And the Ori Olokun that you have on our flag, Odua flag, it signifies prosperity. It signifies the goddess of the sea and wealth. That's just what it is. But people are equating it to, they love having people's head. They love harvesting head so much that they put it on their flag. It is a symbol of what they are proud of as Yoruba, that, yeah, we have the goddess. And they used it in the, what was the name of this game that happened in Nigeria in 1972 or so. So the point is for me to bring out someone that is well knowledgeable. There are actually two people, thanks to Mr. Salako. One historian, a Yoruba historian, and the other person, Ifa priest, a Babalawo. And that's the reason why we have them here today. We're not here to differentiate. We're not here to explain if we have, if we have people doing oshole or people doing anowo or having incisions on their body. Those things, we have people that are still doing that just to protect themselves. But people deliberately going out there to unalive people and cut people's head, that is what we're talking about. And it's no more the part of any religion or culture in Nigeria. Any religion or culture in Nigeria. Again, I've not seen anybody in the comment section. I already told you that based on the statistics and the question that was asked on all platforms, top 10 countries that are involved in skull mining. Just put it that way. Put it on Google, put it on X, Grok, put it on Meta AI, Chat GPT, put it anywhere. The results will be consistent. It will list out the 10 states. And out of the 10 states, Ogun, Lagos, Oyo, Rivers, Osun, Ekiti, Kwara, Ondo, Akwa Ibom, Delta. A Deltan lady came up here to express her displeasure about the fact that our state is there. I'm not bothered about that. That is 3 out of 10 states. The 7 states are from the southwestern part of the country. It's concerning. This is based on the fact that the post we see on Twitter, Facebook, and every other political platform, the news we hear about human skull, human head, fresh, dry, captured with human beings, people with dismembered body, their names, the location, they gathered all these things to give us that result. That is what I'm concerned about. I'm not here to be sentimental. I'm here to deal with facts and figures. And I've been saying it. It's not too hard. I'm multitasking right now. Go ahead and search and tell me what you get. 2 people already replied me, and they're coming up with different results. One came up and let me read that out. One came up and it was showing me something else entirely. Hold on. Let me check the text message. Hold on. Let me see if I can read out that text message. All right. So once did a search, and the search says, in Nigeria, the practice of skull mining is associated with and the result from ETA AI says Kalabari people, Okrika people, Ijo people, and this is a different way of putting the question, and this is a different result. But in my own aspect, I said top 10 states that are involved in skull mining. And by the way, the Kalabari people, an ethnic group from the Niger Delta region, which, you can equate it on the River State. And Okrika people from the Niger Delta, River State. And Ijo people, River State. So if you go on Google, search for it, you'll get a different result. But the bottom line is based on all the images, pictures, videos. These top 10 states, it doesn't mean they are not doing it in Jigawa or Nasarawa or others, but it's not as rampant. The amount of news that came out from these states is not as much as these 10. Maybe if I do it, according to the states, it might give me the whole 36 states, but with different, accordingly. It might just do it accordingly, but that's the point. Araba, welcome back. I don't know if you still want to engage this guy. I think the clarity needs to be pointed out before we call this space, a conclusion. You're still breaking, but yeah, it's manageable. All right, so I've been able to see the people requesting for mic now. I'm pulling them up.
It is surprising that I'm hearing this, and that is the reason why I wanted to be sure that the speaker is it is not the issue of articulating one's thoughts that we are concerned about. It's either the speaker is not articulating his thoughts properly, or the speaker has an ulterior motive for speaking. And whichever way it is, on both grounds, it is wrong. And sincerely, it is wrong. We cannot, for a fact, say that because a British person has decided to use breathing as a medicine, or decided to take drip, or their own pattern of medical science is indigenous to them as a people, does not mean that the Kasongo tribe don't have medical practice. Do we say that their medical practices are evil because it is a medical practice? Because it does not align with another tribal medical practices? And these are the issues. These are the issues. We have a medical practice that is tested over centuries. A medical practice that people who came up with the Western world borrowed the new format and developed the format that is peculiar to their own people. And we refer to these medical practices as one of those things that could lead to human trafficking or humans called mining. Those things don't align, except maybe we don't know what we are saying.
Aboye Boshishe, thank you for that. Abolaji, I don't know if you want to wrap up real quick so we can go to Ogunleye. Is this Ogunleye, right? Am I correct with the name?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, all right. So Abolaji, do you want to say something before we go to Ogunleye?
No, we can go to Ogunleye.
Okay. So I mean, all right. Hang around. Ogunleye, that sounds like a traditional name, and I can sense you're from a family of what's the name of these people? I've forgotten how they put them. Sorry. It's not Goldsmith. Huh? What did you say?
Am I correct?
Yeah, what did you call it, Araba?
Okay, Jala.
Then,
Benny. Baba, Mini.
There you go. Or anyone, bruh? Okay, that's good. So I was gonna say, ilé kí ló ń pè àwọn tó máa ń dì pẹ̀lú iron yẹn náà, iron smith, no, kò ń ṣe iron smith, alágbẹ̀dẹ. Thank you. Yeah, that's it, alágbẹ̀dẹ. So ilé ọdẹ tí wọ́n ti yín o, ṣe ọdẹ apẹrin ni àbí báwo? So, welcome, my brother. Welcome. Dive in, jump in.
I haven't been following the discussion for some time. I think I jumped in about maybe 20 minutes ago. So, and I've, heard submissions of a few people who have spoken. So I'm just guiding myself with the topic, from the screen about coal mining in Nigeria, tradition, culture, or criminal activities. So, from what I know, I wouldn't really consider myself as an authority, in Yoruba cosmology. But it has never been our culture, to kill people for our culture, to kill support the killing of human beings for any reason at all.
Correct.
Sometimes people can formulate a practice by themselves. That does not mean whatever they are doing, is the practice, is a general practice or a practice that is backed by some divine pronouncement. Like the little I know about Ifa in any way does not support the killing of a human being.
Ben.
In fact, the blood of a human being, if it goes in contact with, you can't bring the blood of a human being close to where Ifa is.
Benny.
Anybody that has Ifa at home, it's a taboo.
Benny, if I look my sorrow there.
Exactly. So these people, we have people who do these things. Some of them are quacks. Some of them are not actually babalawo, because a babalawo will never indulge in such barbarism, because that is not what Ifa teaches. Ifa teaches you, as a human being, to be righteous in whatever you do.
Carry.
So Ifa enjoins us to value human life. You won't see any babalawo, involved in. If you go and consult any babalawo today, tell him that you are suffering, you need some improvement in your financial life, and you suggest something like that to him, he's just going to laugh at you and he's going to advise you properly, because that's not the way to build wealth. There are things that can be done for you to enhance, your finances. If you have a work that you're doing, they can advise you on how, that work can better your life, how you can improve on it. There are things that can be done for you, to enhance that business. Maybe you are into sales, for your sales to move forward and for you to get customers. But in doing those things, it doesn't in any way affect the life of any human negatively. Those are assistance that are, that are given to people, to their clients, without any barbarism, without any connection of demonic, elements to it. Whatever they do for you are all in the natural order, order of nature. So it's never in our practice to kill human beings for any reason at all. Ifa, as I know, is a very solid way of life. For me, I see Ifa as something that guides me. In fact, when I started Ifa, I'm not a babalawo.
Correct.
It's something that can shape.
Correct.
Something that can shape our entire life. as
Correct.
humans. So I
Correct.
think I'll round up here and allow other people to speak. But thank you. I'm enjoying this conversation.
Thank you. That was a beautiful one. Thank you. So I've been busy reading people's comments, and people's concern. You know, it is interesting to see what people are writing. You know, the lady that came up earlier on, Rhoda, she's worried about the fact that our state was mentioned as if there is no coal mining in any other part of the country. Look, I'm not here to kiss anyone's ass. I'm not here to bow to anyone's pressure. I'm not here to shift narrative to favor anybody. I'm concerned about the fact that the narrative out there is concerning towards the Yoruba people, and as a Yoruba person, I'm calling it out for what it is. It is not our culture. Maybe back in the days, as you know, we've established way back in the days. I mean, it was in the Roman Empire, even in the UK. If you go to London Dungeon, you understand the history of how they sacrificed human beings and they cannibalized people. It's in the Bible, beheading. John the Baptist, Judith did that to another person as well. I mean, we have these things, but guess what? What makes us human is the progression and evolving into a better being. And instead of using the head, the culture is still there for people to know that they used to do this at a point in time. And they even used to sing a song that like if we do things the way we're meant to be doing it the old ways, we'll get the old results in a better way. But not in 2025, not in this century that we are in right now. So but people are worried about me mentioning Delta, me not mentioning Anambra, look. It has come to my notice, my fellow Yoruba people. Let me speak the truth to you. It has come to my notice that you were so proud of your culture. You've been blinded to the fact that there is a problem in your land. And you're so interested in this back and forth narrative to be doing the bigotry back and forth. And guess what? You are clearly losing. Because from all the gatherings I've seen, right? All the informations I've been seeing back to back. Yoruba land. If it's not Abeokuta, it will be Oyo, it will be Shaki, Isheyin, Ibadan, Oshun, Ogun, Ondo, Oshun. And guess what? These are consistent stories. But what I found out about my fellow Yoruba brothers that are trying to counter this narrative, all they do is just go and look for pictures and they edit it, they change the date and all these things. When you see any tweet from Ari, pick up the name or the details. Most of the time they are screenshots. Pick up the name and details, check it. It doesn't matter if they are 20 years ago. I don't care. That is another point that I need to emphasize. You guys go on the timelines and argue about the time frame and this happened in 2021. You're mad. That does not justify that act is right. Did it happen? Hell yeah, it did happen. Is it concerning? Hell yeah, it is concerning. If no one is going to talk about it, I will speak about it. It's on. I don't care whose ox is God. I will speak about it, and it's concerning. And I have an Ifa priest here that has educated us enough. But guess what? We've not done enough. If you're out there, my problem is just that don't put out fake news. Don't put out edited stories. Don't come up with your stories. Don't come up with propaganda just to push a narrative. If these things are happening, God damn it, release it out there. Put it out there. Let it be known that we do not condone such behavior. We frown against such behavior. And that's the reason why we keep exposing these things every single day. And we will not stop. Big ups to who are doing the job. But do not turn into a competition whereby you want to meet up with the opposite side and you keep coming up with stories that did not happen. You're shooting yourself in the foot. Because facts are facts. The statistics are there. Go and check it out. I'm not saying there is one only state in the country. No, I'm letting you know the state that is more concerning, that is more frequent, that is more rampant in that country is all over the place. But guess what? We see one Babajide, the names are there. Google it. When you see news like that, do your own finding. Don't jump into conclusion. Pick up the name. Don't be sentimental. Pick up the name. I mean, Google is now, it's now advanced. Save the picture, go on Google, upload with picture, and search for it. You will be shocked. And we have community notes now. They will write, if it's fake, if it's made up, they will write it under there. These are the issues. I'm not here to, I don't have time for people coming up here for me to now protect their tribe or their state or whatever. I don't do that nonsense. I don't. The difficult topics people don't want to engage in, that is what I do. It's a social platform for me to address sensitive issues like this. Last week, Friday, I engaged a survival of the genocide that happened in Asaba, the Asaba massacre. People don't want to talk about it. I was lucky enough to get one of them. It was 16 years old when that happened. It was brutal. He saw his family, he saw his father, uncle get shot right in front of him. They had no stick, no weapon on them. They just shot them for the fact that they are men. For the fact that they believe they had something to do with the Niger bridge that got blown away. These are the issues I talk about. The sensitive ones. The one you guys want to come up with propaganda and talk nonsense on the social media platform. That's not it for me. Go online. Google any top state with the highest score mining in Nigeria. Google it. Check the state. How many southwestern states are there? We have 7 southwestern states, and you are concerned that because I mentioned Delta. I don't know how. That's not the point. It happens across board. It happens in that country. Is it good? Hell no, it's not. And we need to condemn it. And you're bothered about the fact that your own state was mentioned. What about the states that came first? What about the 7 states that happens to be Yoruba states? It's not a tribal space for me, but it has to do with the issue that I have come to the recognition, the acceptance that the Yoruba tribe are actually undisputed champion in this madness. And it's concerning. We need to address it. So people, at a point in time, it might be part of our culture way back, way back. But now, that's not the case. Whoever is indulging in such acts, just the criminal activities. They need to arrest them and they need to face the full wrath of the law. That's what should happen. I do not condone it. I do not support it. But I encourage every single one that keeps releasing, as long as it's the fact it did happen. I don't care how long ago it happened. I don't care the time frame. Bring it out. Put their pictures out there. Put their faces out there. I mean, this is akin to the fact that they demonize a particular tribe. The same Igbo tribe we've been talking about. They demonize them as the most criminal minded tribe in that country. It is the Igbo people. They go outside to spoil the country's name. The Igbos, they are into drugs. They take drugs to South Africa. They take drugs to Malaysia. They take Guess what? That might be true. Yeah, I did my findings. It might be true, but guess what? Every single Nigerian is into drugs. But you've been able to face a particular tribe because you just don't like them. Every single tribe does it. Drugs. They just prefer different location, different destinations. The Igbos probably prefer Malaysia or whatever. The Yorubas and the Hausas, they prefer Saudi Arabia. They prefer Dubai. They prefer all those places. Go and check the death row in Saudi Arabia. All the names there are Yoruba and Hausa people. So what is your point? What are you saying? What are you talking about? But at a point in time, they've made it so glaring that, the Igbos, they are the ones spoiling the name of the country. They are the ones. But when you sit down, you do your research, and you find out it's just hate. And I'm not here for that. Everyone has issues. Let's just come together and address these issues. We have serious problem on our hands. I'm not here to throw blames. And you have people with this nonsensical mindset that whatever happens on any other international platform, they will say, yeah, it's the Igbos. They are not part of us, so we condemn them, especially with the South Africans. You are mad. And you get replies from the South Africans like, these Nigerians are just outrageous. That they would never do such to their fellow countrymen, no matter how angry they are with themselves. They will never throw them under the bus to another international contest. It is that bad. We need to look inward. The hatred is growing by the day. And in case you don't notice, my fellow Yoruba people, in case you don't notice, the narrative is being changed. The algorithm is picking it up. Even though there is emotional intelligence in the algorithm trying to be balanced with the search, which is the reason why they actually suspended my account earlier on when I started the space, because I'm simultaneously spacing and I'm on live on TikTok. People can actually see me on TikTok. But the moment I started, TikTok banned me. Within 15 minutes into the program, they banned me when they saw the topic. It's called mining in Nigeria. And within the first 10 minutes, I was talking about the happenings in Yoruba land. Automatically, they picked that up and they banned me. They suspended I was shocked. Initially, I saw driving when doing something. Then I couldn't go live, and I checked it again, and I saw they wrote it there. You cannot demonize a particular tribe because of happenings of rituals and all that. And I couldn't start appealing it immediately, but I contested. I saw the button, I contested it, and I quickly sent a message to one of my contacts that works with TikTok. I sent a message to him, he saw it, and within 5 minutes, I was back on live. I was back. Because they thought I was doing it for a particular narrative. And I replied, I'm doing it for the educational purpose. I screenshot the cartoon, I sent it to them. It's for educational purpose, to change the narrative, to let the people know that, look, it's not just a particular tribe that are into this. But guess what? Out of all the names that are coming out, these are Yoruba names. We cannot shy away from that. And the places at which they are being apprehended are southwestern zones. They're just the fact. I'm not arguing the fact that they apprehend them in different areas as well. I'm not. But I'm concerned as a Yoruba person. It is out there, and you have them hosting spaces, and now they're beginning. I already spoke about this earlier on, but now they're beginning to accept that, let's face the truth. I think Ari retweeted it. And they were in a space like, let's face the truth. There is a particular problem going on. We need to face this. Oh, yeah. I saw that before you guys can actually come up with a space. They spoke about, was it yesterday? All their shenanigans, they're beginning to accept it now after they call themselves out by organizing someone to host a space just to go after a particular... It's a shit show out there. But it's a commonsensical thing for me as a Yoruba person to preserve my culture, to let them know. It is an act of wickedness, pure wickedness. It has nothing to do with Oriolokun. It has nothing to do with Abobaku. And I love the way my guest broke it down. I love the way my guest broke it down. I'm not sure if he's still going to come back. He broke it down to explain, because I asked him, we've heard about the Abobaku. The people with the pot belly, stomach, when Alafin died, there were jokes about it, that these people are going to die with the king. They'll put them in the grave with the king. That was not the narrative. And the narrative of when a king dies, another king will have to eat a flesh or piece of meat from that king before they can take over. That's not true. Absolutely not. He explained it. It's a recorded space. I'll put it up. You have access to it afterwards. And I'll try and put it up on my YouTube channel as well. So you can, for people just joining or people that will probably listen to it later on, you can go back and listen to that. And the one of Abobaku, you can equate it to our recent, ADCs. We see around our governors, our presidents. These are dedicated people that are ready to die protecting the governor. They are ready to take bullets for the governor or the president. That is their duty. They are ready to taste any food, any drink, even if it's poison. They are ready to die for the king. That is the definition of Abobaku. It's not as if when the king dies, that they will bury someone with the king. No. That was the mindset a lot of people were carrying around. But the Ifa priest came here and he broke it down. It broke it down. So anyway, I don't want to keep going like a broken record. I have a new speaker on the speaker section, but before we do that, we'll round up after that. But I think Tudo came up to mention something. Auntie Bolanle, you're free to jump in as well. Tudo, how you doing?
Yeah, Jimmy, I'm good. Yeah, I wanted to chip in something before, but now this one that you did, yeah.
Oh no. No, you wanted to do what?
I said this one where you done the Juba yeah. I heard you Juba before.
So what was that about? What was that about? No. What was that about?
No. I just so what I was talking about, I wanted to piggyback on what she was talking about.
Okay.
About how it's called my anything, right? How we can't deny. We can't just simply say they're not Yoruba people.
Okay, it's back. Yeah, I picked that up, and Auntie Bolanle actually faced that. I was going to mention it, but I was glad when Auntie Bolanle jumped in into that. But yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so I just want to go off of that the way she presented it was brilliant, and I think that we have to get to the roots of some of these things. Even if we say these people are ill-informed or misinformed, what is causing them to engage in these things? For the people who are prescribing these things for them, and they themselves that are jumping on it, and because we see all of this, we see the images, we see police arresting them and all of these things. So it's a serious issue that we cannot shy away from. And this goes back to I'm glad that the guest was talking about the social engineering. So he's using it gladdens me when I hear somebody in his position and what he does using this contemporary language, to describe these things. So, and I'm like, it goes back to that thing I was talking about, Jimmy, in terms of the messaging, in terms of orienting or reorienting our people, maybe to have, and I know he's doing a lot because I've gone on his account and I've seen all the things that he's doing. To have people like him who like to really be aggressive about this thing. I tell you what, you don't have to take my word for it. Let me quote Oluwo of Igbo.
Okay.
Rashid Akambi.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
I watched a video where he was correcting some of the traditional people. So what they did in that, it was the festival that happened, and what they did was a masquerade thing, and they were flogging people openly. Yeah. To the extent that the kids were running away, people were running. The traditional thing you are going.
Yeah. Was it the one a lady coming from work fell into the gutter?
I don't know if it's that one. I know the one you're referring to. I don't know for a fact if it's that one, but I know he was addressing that issue. That and he was using places like Brazil, where when you see the Yoruba people over there, the way they carry out some of these things, it's really festive. It's family oriented.
Yeah.
Children come out. They all embrace the practice. They in spite of the influence of Christianity or Catholic Church over there in that part of the world, or
Yep.
whatever,
Yep.
Protestant movement
Yeah.
there, you see that the Yoruba culture is still strong in that part of the world. And then when they do these things, it's really nice. It's they embrace family values. Children are not afraid. People are not running away. So he was saying that why can't we be like that? Why are we brandishing machetes openly as if you want to slash somebody's head?
Yeah.
Now you might say, okay, maybe this is how some of these things have always been done. Okay, perhaps it's time to rebrand it. And this is what I was speaking to the first time. Like every religious practice in history, Jimmy, has had to go through rebranding. It's a fact because of social evolution, right? So many of these are religious practices. They tend to catch up. They tend to catch up to society. So I'm saying that perhaps it is time for some of these things for us to begin to look into them and consider the branding or the rebranding, which goes into the messaging, which goes into the reorientation, and whatnot. So that's what I wanted to say about that.
Yeah. Well said, Tudo. Well said. I think I totally agree. Yeah. So can you hear me, Tudo?
Sorry, Jimmy. There was a call that was coming.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
I was trying to get a call. Let me quickly make the second point I wanted to make.
Go ahead. I'm glad he's actually here. He's listening to you. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, on the political side, right? So I am confused as to why our political leaders are not seeing this skull mining thing as a problem. I am confused because we have had Senate hearing or not hearing at National Assembly for all kinds of things that are relevant, things that are irrelevant, right? All kinds of things. What does it take for our elected officials to invite people, maybe the police, the IGP, and all these other officials, our local leaders, even our traditional rulers, bring them to the National Assembly, right? And then let's have an open conversation that the whole nation can watch, and let's hear what they have to say. This is a problem. But it seems to me our leaders are not seeing it as such. And I'm confused. But to be honest with you, Jimmy, I don't know. I am really confused. We are in 2025. We are watching somebody dangle human head and limbs. Like in 2025. Like we shouldn't be seeing
like it's normal.
Like it's normal. We have normal.
And we're so used to seeing dead body heads and dry one. It's I get it. It's.
And we have become, as a society, we have become desensitized. So that we see another story.
Just another one. Yeah, just
and
yeah.
Finally, sorry, real quick. Finally, the ceremony you guys referenced with the Oni, where a caricature of a human head or something was
Sculpture.
Sculpture was displayed. See, it goes back to the first point I was making, right? Like, do we? And you might say I'm a novice or I'm a Berry or something.
Say Berry.
Do we need to be doing that? If we don't do that, does it? And I need education on this. I need somebody to enlighten me.
Yeah.
If we don't do that and have displays like that, does it mean the sacrifice or the ceremony will not be accepted by the gods? Like, I need some kind of clarification on this. Because some of these things feed into the very problem we are trying to solve.
True. Yeah, I mean, those are compelling points you just made, Tudo. Araba, welcome back. Thank you for your time. You've been here for over 4 hours now. Wow. And shockingly, the money gathered for him, he refused to take them. He refused to take the money, and he said He doesn't take money. It's part of his ethics. He's just doing this for the culture and the promotion, preservation of the Yoruba culture, and speaking the truth. So whatever it is he's doing right now, he's not here because of the money. He's not here because of the fame. He's just simply here to represent the Yoruba culture and to speak truth to this topic. And that is another part of respect I have for you. Yeah. That's another respect I have for you. Thank you so much for that. I'm certain you clearly heard what Tudo mentioned. I'm not sure if you can reply to that quickly. And by the way, you can let me know when you're ready to leave, because I don't know what the time is. You should be around. Yeah, it's actually 12:50 a.m. in Nigeria, but you're still here, shockingly. But anyway, thank you for your time. Thanks for the effort and the promotion and preservation of Yoruba culture and tradition. Sadly, we didn't have the pleasure of having Mr. Rocco, that happens to be an historian about Yoruba culture and tradition. But nonetheless, I believe Araba, has done justice to many of the concerns and questions. No wonder they say Arabani Baba, Ini Abalaba, Ini Baba. Well done, my dear brother. You've done greatly well to today's topic. Thank you so much. I don't know if you heard to those questions. If you can quickly address that, then we take Banks, take Antibolanle, then we call it a day. Thank you. Araba, are you there? Your mic is probably muted, in case you don't notice. Your mic is muted. If you want to unmute your mic. Araba, are you there? I don't think so.
Yeah, he's showing us listener from
Yeah, and he's showing as a speaker from my own side. I don't understand. He's showing as a speaker from my side. Antibolale, you want to say something? Go ahead. I want him to hear Banks' question, so he can just kill a couple of birds with one stone. But yeah, go ahead, Antibolale. And thanks for picking up that observation when he said, it's not predominantly Yoruba people. I mean, the facts are out there. And you picked that up, and you followed it up with your own observation as well. Thank you. I was going to call that out, but you beat me to it. Are you there, Auntie Bolale?
I am, and I'm listening. And the thing is, and I guess to a certain degree, we do, as a people, perhaps we're doing ourselves a disservice by trying to deflect or trying to, deny. We want before our very eyes,
I don't think it's denial. I think it's based on the fact that it's probably not aware about the level at which these things have been spreading, because I have different Twitter accounts, and I can tell you that 2 of my Twitter accounts, I don't even see the things I seen on my main account. I don't see the tweets, the TL. I think it has to do with the kinds of people you follow and the tweets they see, you see them. But from my view, your view, to those view, and many other people, people that follow me, they will see this thing. So, and I checked his timeline. I took time to check his timeline.
I hear you. But the point is this, right? And people sometimes do it unconsciously.
True.
Right?
True.
The immediate reaction is to
defend their culture, their tribe. Correct. Correct.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's how we do ourselves a disservice when we do that.
No, you're right. Auntie Bolale, you're right. I did that too when I first started hearing about this. I was like, no. This needs to. What kind of nonsense it is? This is not right. This is not. But you see, the moment I looked deep into it, and anytime they post something, I just screenshot it. I write out the names and I check, and you get to realize this is true.
It's an uncomfortable truth if you're a Yoruba man or woman, seeing all of that, and you'll be like, what is this? And I guess what I love that he has come and he has spoken, about our traditional practices, right? And I know that a lot of the sacrifices that were back in the day, they get a chicken, they get goats, and, it was animal sacrifices. However, I guess if you go back a couple of hundreds of years, in any culture, in Nigeria, of any tribe, they would have their version of some sort of ritual, some sort of ritual in which there's human sacrifice. But this obviously isn't about a ritual that's been done by a town or village or what have you. This is about individuals, usually wretched individuals. So you can tell that perhaps poverty is a factor.
Of course.
Right?
Of course.
We have been led to believe, that, you become rich if you kill, someone. And I mean, that in itself is disturbing. And I guess a way to counter it is to talk a bit more about cultural practices, our traditions, things that, you see, like if it was an Igbo person, they would go to, a particular festival, if you're doing a local festival, any other day, or whatever of the other festivals that you would do in relation to any of the gods in the Yoruba pantheon, right? Perhaps this is one of the things that we have to bring to the fore, where we talk about the kind of rituals or and they're not all necessarily bad rituals. They rituals where at the beginning of perhaps a season, when they go, it's almost as, our traditions, and it's very much steeped in very spiritual things. We've always had our way of communicating to our supreme being, and obviously in Yoruba land we would have our various gods and all of that. But unfortunately for us, right, we are seemingly in a time where desperation to get rich, right, has taken over. It has taken over the minds and the psyche of too many young people. And I think that was why I particularly have been worried about it. And I guess basically it will be people like your guest and others who practice the traditional religion, who should actually counter it by not, by talking a bit more about what they do. We're all kind of, if somebody was to ask me, if not for my grandfather who always believed in the healing, or in herbs, in roots, in that, right, who believed in that. If I didn't have that, right, I would have been of the mind that it's what I saw on Nollywood or pre-Nollywood, Koto, and all of those.
Yeah, Kotoaye.
Right, and whatever it is. I remember watching that. My mom would tell me what they're saying, right? And in my mind, I'm like, there was nobody to give me what is perhaps a true version of events.
Auntie Bolanle,
Yes.
give me 30 seconds. Let me refresh your memory. are the songs that you were talking about in those movies, and I don't think I can ever forget those tunes till I die, because it was one of the worst days of my life, especially when you're watching it and NEPA takes light, and you're the one they said you should go and bring lanta from the kitchen. And the kitchen is like you have to pass through a couple of dark rooms before you get to the kitchen. And the only thing that keeps ringing in your head is Shigba, and you'll be like, the Igba is in the kitchen. How to get to the kitchen will feel like you're going through graveyards in your own house. It was such a nightmare. But these are this is what Araba was referring to when he said social programming. You know, when we watch, besides that movie, we watched Isakaba. You know, we watched money rituals, blood money, the Igbo movies, and we watch Yoruba movies like Ololade Mr. Money, where he actually did rituals. He had to sacrifice, was he a child or his family members, to make money. These are the social programming that we watch from the onset while growing up, and we have this mentality of, if you do this, you will get this result. I'm glad that he came here and he dismantled that. Even though he mentioned and ascertained the fact that we have Awure, Aworu, Oshole, and all that. And he confirmed some churches approached him, and he did it for them. I'm not interested in the name of the churches for private and confidentiality purposes, and he's not even willing to speak. Even if he's willing, I'm not interested in hearing that. But the bottom line is, people can do things to promote themselves, to boost their businesses, but killing of human beings to get wealth, or cutting human beings' head, putting in a calabash and putting in your cupboard with the expectation of, by the next morning, dollars and pounds sterling or any form of currency will just be coming out of the head's money, or head's mouth, or whatever. That is an absolute lie. But I had to play that song to buttress your point, Auntie Bolanle. Please go ahead.
Yeah, you actually made me laugh, because I remember when all those sort of movies were screening. I remember come night time, even if I needed to go to the loo, I was not getting out of bed. I was just not, and I guess part of the conditioning is the fact that we're told that our own culture, practices are bad and evil. Christianity is good, Islam is better. Therefore, we've had that conditioning. So yes, there is to a certain degree social conditioning. I won't call it engineering, I'll call it conditioning, where we've kind of like taken all of those things and decided that, and I guess what I'm saying in effect is, if your guests and other practitioners, right, would to take advantage of social media to promote, right, what is good about the culture, what is good about these practices. A lot of people don't know the kind of like festivals that are, that happen, and what happens during those festivals, right, so that people begin to that happen, and what happens during those festivals, right, so that people begin to understand ways, what is true and what is just propaganda, or all sorts of stuff that we've picked up ourselves over the years by watching the fetish kind of scripts that Hollywood was churning out back in the day. There's that. I mean, us do something about it, and I guess by positively promoting those practices that people are shrouded in secrecy or shrouded. I don't know. I don't know that it's secret because I know a lot of the festivals happen out in the open, right? So by bringing it out and let us have more of that. We know for a certain, or people understand for certain that look, this is not our culture. What we're seeing is people who have been misled into believing that we have to unalive people in order to make money. And the last point I was going to make, the one about the church, I remember I'm going back decades ago. But I remember my mom suddenly stopped going to a particular church. I was like, Mom, why, and blah, blah, blah. She said that I had this dream that the person did, a pharaoh or whatever it is that you call it, right?
Aworu.
That church was never empty. That church was never empty, right? And so I was like, and the guys good and what have you. My mom said, no, that I'm being naive. I don't know that these things actually happen and they actually are very effective. Right, and sometimes they decide to bury a whole cow, right, in order to get those maggots.
Yeah. I mean, the bigger the animal, or the more maggots, and that was why I used fish. They use fish. They use They use cats. They use goats. They use ram. So you see, the sizes are actually increasing, and cow is the biggest. So they use couple of cows. So the bigger the animal, the more maggot that comes out, that gathers, is the level of the amount of people that will come to that church. Yeah, you're correct.
I yield that point.
Thank you. I mean, beautiful point, and that's why you keep wondering why some churches are not empty. You see people that would spend their last card just to go to a particular church, and if they don't have, they will borrow money. They'll borrow money to just go there. And I'm glad that Araba confirmed that he has actually done it to a couple of churches. He had done it to them. I've done it for them. And they're getting people. People will come there. So these are the things we need to understand. And that is absolutely different from, the mindset of you killing a human being or unaliving someone with the hope of using their head to make money. Again, for people just joining, I told you, when you make a tweet or an advert on Twitter, you have options of promoting it. And promoting it comes with a cost. The amount of people $10 charge will get to is different from $100. And you have people that promote their tweets in a way whereby they can spend $100 in a single tweet. And when they do that, it broadens the demography, the amount of people it will get to. That's when you see people liking it many times. If you want it for people to engage, if you want people to just click on like, you have different options. You have people that will do for $10. You have people that will do for $100. Now imagine someone that has $1,000 to spend on a single tweet, and he wants to make 25 tweets. That's $25,000. It's going to get through to millions of people. With ordinary $10, you will reach the range of 2,000 to 60,000 people. And you select the age demography you want. It can be equated to this, depending on how many people you want to come to your church. If it's fish, the little amount of maggots that comes around that fish will determine if you want 20 fish or 20,000. Gather them. It depends on the amount of maggots. Cat is bigger than fish. Goat is bigger than cat. Ram is bigger than goat. A cow is bigger than ram. That's it. That is Aworu, Awuri, Oshole, Emuleowo, which I'm just hearing that for the first time. Eyonuayi, Afaru, Apamowo, the Eyonuayi, I explained it as well. That was when, and I used the, what's it called? I knew was you, the what's it called? Adi Orioke. He sang that song the moment he was accused of, sleeping with Alafin's wife. And it was almost as if he did a Yonwayi. That whatever he has done, people should just forget about it. And he used the song. We will sing better than honey, or maybe there was incision on his tongue. I have no idea, but these things do happen. And he was singing about it. Emma, yonu see me, and everybody yonu to him. Everybody lo yonu si ọmọdé àgbà, ọkùnrin obìnrin. Everybody forgot about what he did. They were dancing. Everybody in kíjó mọ́lẹ̀ ni. Everybody ti gbé yín trabayé. Everybody ti yonu si, wọ́n ti ṣe mọ́ṣẹ́. The moment you hear that tune,
it's moisture on the beat, baby.
Ṣé gbọ́? Ṣé gbọ́?
Mo ti sọ tẹ́lẹ̀tẹ́lẹ̀ nínú orin tó fẹ́ kọjá. Ẹni Ọlọ́run fẹ́ lọ́run èèyàn fẹ́.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Ẹ máa yọ́nú sí mi.
Ó ti tọ̀ nǹkan lá.
Àgbàtọ̀mọdé ẹ máa yọ́nú sí mi.
I can count how many people dancing right now. I know Otumba is dancing. I know Tudo is dancing. Tudo Okinfunrinṣele. I know Kolade is dancing. Fata is dancing. Auntie Bolale is probably shaking where she is. Ṣé gbọ́? Ó ti connect yín mọ́ Ọlọ́run ọba. Pé ìwọ tó bá yọ́nú sí, if you don't yọ́nú to him, you won't see the yọ́nú of Ọlọ́run. Ta ni ò dẹ̀ fẹ́ rí yọ́nú Ọlọ́run? Ó ti slide in religion into it. Ó ti tàn kan lá, ó ti fi nǹkan sáhán bá yín sọ̀rọ̀. Everybody forgot about what he did. Ẹni kálukú yín ẹ̀ ń kó mọ́lẹ̀ ní tó bá ti play wá yọ́nú sí mi ní party báyìí ẹ̀ máa kó mọ́lẹ̀ ni. Odogu, I'm sure you've played that song as a part-time MC and DJ. You don't play that song many times. People just hear people will forget everything they are doing. What is shame? Any choice? My Jody.
Jimmy, quick questions for you.
Go ahead.
So next time you tell me to I should be afraid now that you don't do something for them.
Well, why not just say, Jimmy, forgive me. Why use Yonu? Why must it? That means it's paramount. It's built like a wax, so it needs to melt.
What if the guy is just praying generally? What if he didn't?
Bro.
Can he just be saying it as general prayer?
What a coincidence. Ó ti ẹ̀ dá. Àsìkò tán fẹ̀sùn kàn lónìí Yonu sóhun. He did not sing that song. And funny enough, his last album, proper album that people appreciated, was in the late 20s. Maybe 2000. I think it was Okufaji or thereabout. When he, 1990s consolidation and all this reflection and all that. Since then, he hasn't really all this album, nothing. People were not paying close attention to him. But you see that single, it was like a comeback. It was almost close or similar to Omo Naija.
Maybe he found his mojo.
Maybe what?
Maybe he found his mojo all over again. I love that jam, Jimmy. Those polish for me, I beg.
Wọ́n ti tán nǹkan lá fún ẹ, iṣẹ́ ti bá Tudo. Iṣẹ́ ló ń down yẹn, you see? Wọ́n ti ṣe mọ́ṣẹ́, you won't know. That is why people will look for money and borrow money to go to that church. Wọ́n ti ṣe mọ́ṣẹ́ fún wọn, ó ti down lára Tudo. Don't spoil that jam for me. People will now fight me for what I said because of that jam. Ìyọnu ti ọwọ́ ti bà yín, iṣẹ́ ti down lára yín. Ẹ káre. Ìyọnu tó dájú. Thank you. That was a compelling point, Auntie Bolanle. I love that. And let's just take Araba. Are you still there? I don't think so. It's probably just probably slept off. I mean, it's late in Nigeria, and I appreciate the fact that he's doing this tirelessly, effortlessly. Banks, if you still want to share your thoughts, you should be the last person right now. I just don't want you to not go without saying something. I'm not sure if Araba is still going to speak, but he's here with us. I don't know what the situation is, but go ahead, my brother.
Okay, thank you very much, Jimmy.
Yeah.
Thank you for putting this up.
Yeah.
At least it will enlighten a lot of people about we Yoruba, who we are. Though needless to say that a lot of people actually know that Yoruba by nature, that we embody the Omoluabi character, the virtue is there. The political scenario that is happening now, notwithstanding. Okay, so thank you very much. Now, on a quick one, I just want to reel out to politicians, especially those people that eat crumbs at the table of the owners of Nigeria. That because of whatever the little they are going to gain, they are ready to go to any length to demonize a tribe, a family, or what have you. Okay, that there is a line that in politics that you shouldn't cross.
Yeah.
That something happened with an Igbo person. That doesn't mean such person should be termed a terrorist because there is an agitation of Biafra or what have you. That because I belong to Obedient or I support Peter Obi as an Igbo person, then automatically I should be condemned in the society. That is not fair. That is uncalled for. That is totally wrong. Okay? There is a line. No, this is not banned again. It's not banned. And the result is what we are saying. Yes, we cannot cover. We cannot continue. We cannot pretend that there is the issue of killing unloving people in the Yoruba in Southwest. But then, what makes it rampant is a sort of the revenge, the trance that some aggrieved Igbo brothers think, no, this is getting out of hand. If my father is contesting, we should know that he should be subjected to public scrutiny. You cannot, because we say that some people say that your candidate do not go to school, do this and that. The person that is going to lead the country must be somebody with that have presidency, that have pedigree.
Yeah.
It's not only about the competency, the honesty. Is this person someone that could be say, okay, keep our money for us, be in charge of our money. So that people checking on who's a particular person is shouldn't be because of that. Then we not demonize any tribe whatsoever, or even any Yoruba person that support that person. Thank that person as Omali. What is the meaning of all that? The first time that I'm going to have a lot of engagement, actually not on this particular Andrew, okay, was when I posted on Twitter that and we did a banner for Peter Obi and we put it at the Oni Palace in Ife. And I said that nobody came to disturb, but no talks, no anything. And that day, my case was not only, I was not only being dragged on Twitter by my fellow Yoruba people, but even took to another, I think, Naira Land. It was somebody that said, you are trending here. What? For what? If anybody, if my father is contesting, he should know that it's going to be subjected to public scrutiny. And there's some line you don't cross in politics. There's some line. Face the politician that yes, we need to talk the issue. Then we need to talk the person that is going to lead us. It is essential. It is. We cannot just put our trust on someone that have shown any remarkable honesty in his life. So that is just my point. Thank you very much for the wonderful work. A lot of people have talked about the Yoruba, who we are. Okay, thank you very much, sir.
Thank you so much for your contribution. Thanks a lot. So yeah, thank you guys. Thanks for everyone that's contributed. We're winding down now. I should be ending anytime from now. My kids are here. They've not been able to see their daddy, and I need to spend some time with them. I'm enjoying the space. I'm enjoying the conversation. I'm enjoying the engagement. But by the way, we might need to have a karaoke afterwards. I would love to join if you're up for that. Just listening to some cool jams, you know. But yeah, I really enjoyed today's topic, and I love the fact that I broke it down in a way whereby people can understand that It's not. It might be, part of the culture way back in the days, right? But we've evolved beyond that. Okay, I cannot deny that. I mean, it used to be in the Bible, and name it, in the Quran, and I used the example of John the Baptist was beheaded for pleasure, not even for sacrifice. But it is the evolving for me that we've come to realize that this is barbaric, and it's unacceptable, and we've moved away from it. But nonetheless, some people are still practicing it and claiming it's a tradition or culture. That is not the case. The tradition and culture has actually moved away from that. And I love the way Araba put it down. He used the Yoruba adage that says, which is true. The fact that they used to do these things before, they now use replica. I'm not going to use fake because there's a difference between fake and replica. Replica is an identical image of the real deal. Identical image, almost 90% identical, right? Compared to fake. So replica, they pay close attention to details and everything. So the replica of human head is what they sculpture and they put it there. We're making progress, okay? We're making progress. First, let us establish the fact that they do not use real human head anymore. That is a progress. At a point in time, we'll get to a point whereby we don't even need to use a head because you're signifying by the portrait or by the sculpture of a human head. You're passing a message that this is normal. I believe as time goes on, we're getting there. Rome wasn't built in a day. But the fact that we're making effort towards this as a human, as a race, we're getting there. We're making progress. It is unacceptable. It is a barbaric approach of amassing wealth or whatever it is you want to talk about. You want to put it. So I think from today's topic, it has given birth to a lot of topics underneath it, and I need to address those as well as time goes on. I deal in sensitive topics like this and social issues. We might get to go into the fact of what they really do use these things for. The people that ask them to bring it, what they need it for, and we might need to get to that part. I've seen on the comment section, I've seen some Yoruba people coming at me, attacking me, bombarding the TL with pictures of Igbo tradition, putting people's skull on the head, and sending me pictures of news, headlines and all that. I'm not interested in all that. I'm not. Clearly, I'm not blind. Clearly, I'm not sentimental about this. Clearly, based on facts, figures, videos, pictures, the southwestern part of the country are undisputed champion in this whole crime. I'll call it a crime because it's not a culture, it's not a tradition. It is a crime. It's a criminal activity, right? Take it or leave it. If you think the Igbos are doing that, I think it's only fair for them to call it out for what it is. I'm a Yoruba person. I'm bothered with the amount of complaints, news, headline I've been seeing from my side of that country. I'm calling ourselves out. I'm calling us out for that purpose. I've seen Igbos, calling themselves out and fighting against the genocide going on in their region right now. That is good. It is not in my place to poke mouths in their culture. I respect people's culture and I respect their boundaries. It's a different thing entirely if we're talking about a generalization. But when it comes to their culture, I don't want to dive into that. I mentioned things that I understand, even in my own culture. There are some egunguns in Yoruba land. Ololu. Is it Ololu? Yeah. Ololu. Whenever it's going out, a woman dare not go out at that point in time. Any woman that passes, dead. Cut off the woman's head and they put it on their eku egu. Now, this used to be back in the days. Ololu comes out every year. I've not heard when Ololu killed a woman in recent years. They used to do it before. In fact, when he goes out, you still see a skull on his masquerade, on his costume. And the costume is so diabolical, it's so spiritual that they say if you look at it, your neck start going in, and you know, it's a tradition, it's a culture, and they tell women not to even come out whenever he's parading or he's about to come out. But these things are being looked into, they are being checkmate. You know what this one masquerade will be coming out and people will be running, jumping inside gutter because they don't. No. It's meant to be a promotion of our culture. It's meant to be a preservation, a reminder of what we used to be like way back. We need to keep encouraging that by taking out the barbaric aspect, practices within this culture and tribe and move ahead. We're not going to forget about our origin or how we came to be. It's still working for some people and we have to retain it. The Chinese, they have theirs all over the world, not just Nigeria, but we've criminalized ours. I'm not in the position to call out the Igbos. I don't know about the culture. I don't even know any DB I can contact to come here and talk about this. But guess what? If they're doing exactly what I'm doing, I will join, listen, learn, and understand where they're coming from. That is the purpose of my podcast today. The issues people have brought up is a different topic entirely, which I don't mind diving into it. I'll prepare it towards that. But thanks to everyone that joined today's podcast. It started a little bit in a roughy manner, but yeah, it went well. I'm glad with the outcome. And next week, I'm trying to work on having immigration issue discussed and seeking greener pasture. I want to talk about the hypocrisy behind it, where people will pray, jubilate, and do all sort of things to get a passport, to get visa, and they'll celebrate people that left the country. They'll praise God, they will do everything to, but at the same time, they're wishing for their deportation now. They're wishing for them coming back home so they can fix their country. But I'm going to be focusing more on people's experiences, what they had to go through to leave Nigeria, how they left Nigeria, what they had to go through. Someone pitched me an idea of coming up with one that says, I think it was a Desert Boy or something like that. I mean, we've clearly heard Harry share his story. We've clearly heard a lot of people share their stories. Yesterday, I stumbled upon something similar. A lady was sharing a story just exactly the way I've heard it, going through Libya and all that. She was raped a couple of times. She was raped 2 times. She got pregnant the first time. She aborted it in Libya. And the person that led her into all that is the mom's best friend. She never told them what they were coming there to do. Just told them they're coming there to do work. They were there to do asheo work, prostitution. And automatically, the moment she got there, they got her a Ghanaian visa. She met with the Ghanaian man that married her, and they were using her for prostitution. And she was making money and giving it to the owner, making money. She's not even getting hold of the money. Someone else, the Ghanaian man, because that one had already outrightly paid for her. The Ghanaian man owned her. So she needs to work for a couple of years to recover that money with interest before she can leave. I think she managed to do that. And on her way down to Libya, she got raped, she got pregnant. She told the mom's friend. That one says she works in a hospital. They took out the baby, they yanked it out. When she managed paying all the debt and everything, she had about 60,000 naira worth of naira on her. She was trying to escape. She got raped again. Meanwhile, she already had a child back in Nigeria. She got raped again. She got pregnant again. And she had to take it out. Eventually, she got to Nigeria. I don't know what she's been doing since then. I was broken when I was listening to that on my way back home yesterday. It was on a TikTok live. I was listening to that. I just stumbled upon it. And I just concluded, okay, you know what? I'll talk about immigration and seeking greener pastures next week. I'll reach out to a couple of people that are willing to share the story. And if you're willing, you can reach out to me. I can keep it anonymous. We don't have to do Twitter. We can do WhatsApp. And people are going to be listening to your voice just for private and confidentiality purposes. Yeah, we can do that. The purpose of this is just to pass the message across to people and let them know that the country needs to be fixed one way or the other. But guess what? The hypocrisy for me is the majority of the people in Nigeria thinking, I mean, we have over 200 million people in Nigeria, and they somehow think that the amount of diasporans across the globe, they are the ones that they are waiting for to come back to Nigeria to fix that country. Less than 20 million people are expected to come back and rescue over 200 million. It's just the hypocrisy for me. It's the fact that the people are just pushing blames and pushing the responsibility that they're meant to face. Guess what? Before a lot of us left that country, the country was not that damaged before we left. Petrol was not that high before I left. Things were not skyrocketedly high before we left. What about you put the country back the way we left it so we can come back? Until then, no one has any moral justification to say it's one person to come back before they fix. That's not how they left it. It is due to your own cowardness, the fact that you always push the blame, you cannot act, you cannot come out to protest. You have this sense of responsibility that certain people need to tell you, they need to contribute money for you to go out and protest, to buy shirts, chin, buy jollof rice and get DJ to play music before you go out to ask for your fucking right. That is the point. And for those cheering the so-called Trump policies happening right now, the US aid thing that you're cheering about, yeah, to some extent, I understand that aspect because it's been funding some terrorism activities across the globe. I understand that part. But the insensitive part, the lack of empathy, that you're not paying close attention to the fact that they could simultaneously block where these things are being used for terrorism acts, but let it carry on with the medical aspect, their help they're doing people. You guys are not paying attention to that. You couldn't differentiate it. You're just happy that they just blocked the whole thing. In the next couple of months, we'll start seeing the effect, the ripple effect of that. But that's not the point. The point is, one way or the other, that country needs to be fixed. But guess what? The people in diaspora, they absolutely have nothing to lose. They can still manage to keep staying where they are, but life keeps getting worse in that country. I know how many DMs I get, people begging for money. How long are we going to keep doing that? That's not the topic for today. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. We've come to the end of today's topic. I'm glad I managed to run this after a very, very long catching up and trying to bring people up and dropping people down. I would love to keep going on with my monologue. I've been sitting down here for the past 6 hours. I need to relieve myself. I need to spend time with my kids. But I have no single regret doing this every Friday and using my platform to pass the message across to the world. Without being sentimental, without being judgmental, without being one-sided. I put it out the way it is, loud and clear. I do this every Friday off the cuff with Jimmy, where unscripted, unrehearsed, and unpredictable conversations are handled with real-life people, with real issues, social and sensitive topics like this. And we are present on all social media platform right now, and you can reach out to us in the background, feedbacks, if you want to share your story, if you want to talk about one thing or the other, recommend topics. I'm open to that. This is not a political platform for me. People are watching me live on TikTok right now, and people are listening to me patiently on Twitter. It's not a political platform for me. People know me as an obedient. It's a different account. It's a different platform for different objective. I don't care your political affiliation. I don't care about your religion. I don't care about your ethnicity or tribe. I care about humanity. I care about good and bad. I care about right and wrong. And that's the purpose of what I'm doing here. We tackle any topic, regardless how sensitive they are.